specialist position is vacant for this year since we have universal meals going on due to the USDA waiver. We lent that person to IT for a year, so because we don't have as many free and reduced applications to process. We have a registered dietitian that she plans our menus and makes sure that all of our meals are in compliance with the USDA guidelines. And we have our administrative assistant. We also have 43 school clerk positions that are vacant at this moment because of the same reason of the free meals. Their main duty is to process free and reduced applications and to process payments of students and debt collecting too. So since none of that is going on, we don't have that position anymore. We actually are in great need of lunch workers, people to come and work in our kitchens. So we did give our options to our clerks to become a kitchen worker instead of just letting them go. So most of them took that option and they went and became a kitchen worker. But as of last Friday, we have about 65 positions that we still have to fill in our department. 65. If we break it down, we have 40 kitchen workers that were missing and 25 cashiers that we don't have people to apply. And on top of that, we usually, before the pandemic, we had cashiers that were rovers. We don't have any of those either. So that's 10 more. So that if we combine all of them, it'll be 75, but at least we need 65 key positions that we cannot find people to come and work for us. But our workers are amazing, and every day they work really hard and they make things happen. They make magic happen, honestly. All right, so just a little overview on the National School Lunch Program. We have to meet the requirements from USDA, as you probably are all aware. They give us all of these guidelines that we have to serve components such as a protein, a fruit, a vegetable, a grain, and a milk. And we also have limits in sodium, calories, and fat based on the different grade levels. Given that, then we, as a district, we come up with our menus. We have the autonomy to create our own menus and give different options to our schools. And some of the most popular items that the students really like are orange chicken, the homemade mac and cheese, and pizza. I do have some pictures here of some other popular menu choices, like this is our chef salad that the students really enjoy. That's our taco salad, which by looking at it, you probably couldn't tell, but that's a whole grain tortilla shell, whole grain roll. And then of course you have the fresh peach and pineapple served with it. Fish and chips, it's another one that is very popular. We try to call it the same thing that they would find at these popular restaurants, even though the nutrition is different and this is the healthier version, but it's still really good. We have a bento box where it's really convenient, becoming more and more popular, where we add different sources of protein and fruits and vegetables. So yeah, those are a few examples, beef and broccoli, to kind of like mimicking what a Chinese fast food restaurant would do. We also have the breakfast program, and interestingly enough, and we'll talk about this later, but our breakfast counts are picking up, and I don't know if it's because they're free or because the kids are really enjoying also the choices that we're given. One of the biggest questions that we have is Utah, and this is probably some trivia for you in the school lunch world, but Utah nationwide, we always rank last on breakfast participation in the nation. And for many, many years, the people in the nation ask us, what is this due to? And we have never been able to really pinpoint a reason of why. We don't know if it's culturally because we think that people take care of their breakfast at home or any other reason. But interestingly, the last few years where school meals have been free, we're seeing an increase in breakfast participation. So I'm glad to see that, because at least we know that those students have the option, if they didn't have a breakfast at home, to start the day with the right nutrition, and we're setting them up for success. This program, of course, just lunch provides the nutritious choices. We have guidelines too that we have to meet for this program given by USDA, but we also have the autonomy to create our own menus. Some popular menu items is the fresh baked cinnamon rolls, which are whole grain, pancakes, also whole grain, and breakfast pizza, which is also, you guessed it, whole grain and low fat, but they really like it. We also have more schools now participating in breakfast in the classroom option, which is really good. This program, for those of you who are not familiar with it, starting the day, we take about 10 minutes before they start with the classes, and each student is offered a breakfast. And the schools participating are East Meadville, Mid Valley, Copperview, Sandy, Meadville Elementary, and Bellevue. Mid Valley, I just realized, is listed twice. One of them is supposed to be Meadville. But the nice thing is that they pick up these meals and participation skyrockets. And again, we don't know if they're just getting a second breakfast or they just didn't have a breakfast at home, or they're simply choosing to eat at the school. But we're glad to feed the students and make sure that they start the day with the right nutrition. We also operate the Seamless Summer program, which originally this program is intended to only operate during the months that the school is not in session. And we provide free meals for anybody who is 18 years of age or younger. These meals also have to meet the USDA guidelines for national school breakfast and lunch. However, when the pandemic broke, the USDA, one of the waivers that they put together was that during the school year, we can operate under this program. And this is how they're making it possible to offer free meals for all of the students. And just some data here. Last year, for the school year 2020-21, we served 2,386,475 lunches, which is a crazy figure, right? Yeah, and 841,000 breakfasts. So you see that our community is receiving well this program. We receive feedback all the time from parents saying how grateful they are to not have to worry about lunch or breakfast or sending money, or that, oh, I forgot to put money in the account, or to even fill out a free and reduced application. They know that this is part of the school day and they can count on it. So that's really good for us to hear, because that's our goal, to support the educational part of it. We also operate the Fresh Fruits and Vegetable Program, and this is a grant that we also obtained by USDA for certain schools only, but we receive money basically to provide snacks in the form of a fresh fruit or vegetable twice a week. And the schools that participate in this program are Bellevue, Sandy, Copperview, Mid Valley, Meadville, and East Meadville. And for this school year, we received $235,000 worth of funds that we are going to distribute during every school month, so the kids can have the snack in the form of fresh fruits and vegetables. The other nice thing about this is, under our normal guidelines, every product that we, or almost every product that we offer for school meals has to be domestically grown, because USDA really supports the local economy. And when I say domestically, I mean the US, and there's also some push for local economy here in Utah. But this program is a little different, and we are allowed to offer them produce that is exotic fruits that are not grown in the US. Like, for example, today they have rambutans, or sometimes they have dragon fruit or star fruit, things that you normally don't even see at the store. So it's fun for the kids too. These are some of the samples of the produce that we offer with meals. So we try to make it colorful and fun. We know it's just plain vegetables, but we want to make it appealing to the eye, or whenever we can, we also put some positive notes of the bananas just to encourage the kids. Yeah, that one says you're brave, anything. And honestly, this year we haven't had much time to do this. This is mainly from previous years, but that's our goal, is just to put a little positivity to our students in the cafeteria. They also made a cute display here with dolphins made out of the bananas, with grabbing a grape with their mouth. And that's another example of the color and the produce that we offer. The snack program is another program that we do, and we provide healthy snacks for after school lunch, after school programs at certain schools. Last year, we didn't get to do this program due to the pandemic. All of those programs were put on hold. This year, they're going to resume, but we are just waiting for the schools to find labor actually to run the programs. And as soon as they do, they'll let us know, and we'll start the snack program for for schools, and it's mainly for the Title I schools that participate in this program. As you know, we also have a catering program, and we open a cafe here in the building, and we offer different menus and catering options for school programs or any professional development that happens here in the building. And of course, for our employees, they can enjoy breakfast and lunch every day. One of the big things that we also try to do is to connect the classroom to the cafeteria. We have 2 registered dietitians fully staffed in our department, plus we work with universities, and we get interns for the dietetics program every year. And in conjunction with all of this, we do nutrition themes that will teach the students the correlation between good nutrition and what they're getting on the menus in the cafeteria. This year, we took advantage of the Olympics, and the theme is Go for the Gold with the school meals. And we will have a promotion day in each one of our elementaries this year that the lunch manager schedules at their own discretion. But we have planned activities and games and a fun menu for the students. So when they go, they can learn about nutrition as they go this. As another nutrition effort that we do to teach during a non-pandemic year, because last year we were limited with this too, is we allocate at least 80 hours during the year to just do nutrition education in the classrooms. And we email health teachers or elementary teachers that want to take advantage of this. And it's always booked when we do this. And we go to the classrooms and teach them about nutrition in our programs and the correlation between good nutrition and the cafeteria. Let's talk about our meal participation, because this is interesting. This is some data comparing last year's participation and to this year so far. And of course, last year, the meals were also free of charge, but we had a lot of students that chose the option to stay at home and do online version. This year, since most of them have come back to the classrooms, we are seeing that our lunch participation on average has increased, and in some cases almost doubled. Elementaries went from about 4,800 meals to 8,600 meals per day. Middle schools, 2,800 to 5,000 a day, and high schools, 1,600 meals per day to 3,600. So you see that we were serving on average 9,300 meals last year per day. Now we're at 17,300, which is great for us. We love to see that participation, and it really makes a difference, not only financially to us, because of course that's how we're funded, is the more meals that we give out, the more funding we receive. But it's good to know that the people are receiving these free meals well, and that they're eating them and enjoying them. Breakfast, you can see that it's not as quite as jump as lunch, but also went up from about 1,100 in elementary to 2,600 per day, 200 in the middle schools to 600 per day, and 132 in the high schools to 345. So for a total of about 3,600 breakfasts that we do per day. So yeah, when you time that times 178 days that we're in school session, that's when you come up with the 2 million figure for lunches and almost 1 million for breakfast. We also still, even though the meals are free, are processing free and reduced applications. That's part of the law that we have to do it. So if parents fill out an application, we have to process it and let them know if they qualify for free and reduced. We, of course, don't charge them anything if they qualify for reduced, because everybody eats for free. But comparing numbers, so you have an idea. Last year, the meals were also free of charge, and we got about 21% of free students and 4.1% of reduced. This year went down a little bit, and we believe it's because people may not be filling out the applications since it's not needed, to 19% of free and 4.8. The reduced is about the same, stayed about the same. So we're still processing those, but it's thanks to technology and the support of IT, and now that we have moved to Skyward to do this, it's really easy to process those and not very time consuming. We also operate another program that is called the Community Eligibility Provision. And this program allows certain schools to provide free meals free of charge for a 5-year cycle. And I know people are thinking now everybody's eating for free, so why does this matter? But pandemic aside, we have actually 5 schools that qualify for this, which are Copperview, Meadville, East Meadville, Mid Valley, and Meadville Middle. And that means that every student that goes to those schools, they don't have the need, the families, to do a free and reduced application. Automatically, they all qualify for free meals. We get rid of the stigma that you are eating lunch, so you must be on free. Everybody in the school has that option. And it relieves also the paperwork for us. That's why our free and reduced applications actually have diminished, because we don't receive as many applications from these schools anymore. We are on even though the pandemic has made it that everybody eats for free, the cycle continues counting as if we were not in pandemic mode. So we still have about 3 years worth of free meals at those schools. And we talked about this, but USDA extended the waiver. I keep getting the question from the community, when is this going to stop, the free meals? And do I need to start putting money in our account? What we know for sure at this point is that the free meals are good until the end of this school year. And after that, USDA has not mentioned anything about extending the waiver. Some legislation have been introduced into Congress to make this a permanent move, but they haven't discussed it or made any advancement on that legislation. So as soon as we will find out, of course, and you probably will find out before I do, but if not, we'll notify you, because we are in full support of this program to make sure that every student has access to nutritious meals. Last year, too, we received a grant from the state for about $111,000. And with that money, we were able to transition from our old software to Skyward Food Service for point of sale and transactions, which we haven't been able to fully implement it because of the pandemic, but it will. At this point, it allows parents to go into Skyward, into the normal portal that they have. And now they have a food service component that they can go see their students' lunch account. And right now, they're, of course, not paying anything, but eventually they'll be able, if we go back to paid meals, to put money into that account, and also to see how their students are using that money, are managing that money between different siblings if they have them. So we're really excited about that. And the free and reduced meals also move into this Skyward system. So it's nice to know that the parents will have one software to go to as a point of reference for their needs at school. Due to also the waiver last year and the higher reimbursement that we got due to the participation in meals, our nutrition fund balance increased by 1.9 million last year, which is really good, because due to the pandemic, we lost about 1.4 million the year before. So we were able to recuperate and even make a little bit of a profit based on last year. So it's good that we have that security blanket. Part of the guidelines in our programs say that we only can have a fund balance up to 3 months worth of operations. If we have any more than that, the state actually has the right to maybe take a little bit and share with other districts that may be in need. So we are right there under the 3 mark. And in fact, we've never have any issues with taking money from us, because we always use that money to either improve our programs or the quality of meals, or we also can account for it due to labor and food cost increase. So, but it's nice to have that security blanket. What are our current challenges for our department? Of course, the labor shortage, that's the major one. I'm not gonna lie, our people are getting tired, and even though they work really hard every day, it's really difficult for them sometimes. I have schools that literally today and yesterday we had a school with just the manager. So we as an office staff had to go and cook and serve, and it's okay. I mean, we're happy to do it, but I'm just giving you this example to illustrate how hard sometimes it is to look for labor. And of course, this labor impacts not only the food choices, but it could impact the service or the speed of lines, which up to now, people and the students have been so flexible with us and understanding, which we appreciate. But we hope that this will be better in the future. On top of that, we are seeing, just probably as you're seeing at the grocery store, shortages on some products. We are seeing shortages on food and on supplies as well, whether it's paper or cleaning supplies. We are being notified every week, and the list of things that are not coming with our deliveries is big. But we've been able to be flexible with our menus. We've always been able to offer something to the students, get them meals, and in a safe manner. And that's our goal, is that the menu plan may change, but we will have something to offer to the students. Another example I can give you, last week, because we started this year, remember when we transitioned to eco-friendly trays, for those of you who were here? So then we had to stop because of the pandemic. And now this year, our plan was to fully go back to eco-friendly trays. And we started the year that way until about a week and a half ago, I was notified that there were no trays, whether it's styrofoam or eco-friendly or nothing. So we were able to find different type of containers, like from clamshells to bowls, anything, so we can serve meals. And we had to go outside of our distributor in our bid to outsource trays nationwide. And we've been able, hopefully we'll get a shipment. We'll have some at the warehouse just as a security blanket as well, in case it happens again. Because it's not as easy as just say, well, now you wash trays. Because when I told you about the labor shortages, we don't have anybody to wash those trays either. But luckily, as of now, we have not had to shut down operations or not having something to offer the students. Every student has been fed, and that's our goal. We'll continue to do that. I do want to talk a little bit about, and Amanda, I already talked to you about this email, and Dr. Ramis, also you got the email from the parent. We had an email from a parent at Alta that was concerned that the school year, all we've served is been sandwiches, PB&J's deli sandwiches, and chef salads. And it's true. Currently, Hillcrest, Brighton, and Alta, the kitchens are not open. They're not ready yet. So we are operating at Alta specifically. We were given a little bit of a room in the second floor, and that's where they put together sack meals in conjunction with another kitchen that's supporting them. But for now, those are the menus that we consider that are safe for the students to consume. We don't have the means to put together a hot meal and transport it safely to the school. For the students, that we're not going to jeopardize that. We'd rather that they have limited options every day instead of risking that they may get sick in the transporting of the meals. But as soon as the kitchens are open, we will go back to offer more variety. Some of the things you may expect, though, and hopefully the community will be understanding, but we are already having to change menu options, or sometimes we may run out of items, but there may be another option available for the students. And the reason is not because we are not producing enough, it's because we're not getting enough from our distributors. So we just produce whatever we get. And usually, just so you have an idea, I put my orders on a Tuesday to be delivered on a Wednesday of the following week. So we're putting the order a week and a day in advance, but we were notified the night before what products are not coming. And it's not that our distributor doesn't know, doesn't want to tell us in advance. It's just that they don't know. They're literally getting shipments overnight, and they are surprised as we are with this didn't make it. So that's what's happening in our world. But overall, I do want to say that our employees are amazing, and they try to put this give it a positive spin. They are tired, but they're happy that they are able to feed the students, which is our goal. And with that comes a feeling of satisfaction that we're doing it. So any questions for me?
Board, questions, comments? Mr. Wrigley?
So I sure appreciate all the stuff you've gone through. It's amazing over the last year with COVID, you've kept families with food, which probably didn't even have food in their own homes. And it looks like you've almost doubled your lunches from 9313 to 1734 with 60 less staff. Is there anything as a board we can do to support on the staff? I know we've raised the bus drivers. Is it a matter of money, or is it a matter of just labor shortage, or have you taken to see what might help in this process? Because
Yeah.
I would guess you're getting at a breaking point. You can't go much more than this with the staff you have.
It's an excellent question. And I think there are many factors that come to play with this. First, I want to say that the labor shortage is not specific to our district or to our department. In talking to all of the districts, neighboring districts, and probably you've seen also in the business world, everybody's hiring and people are just not applying to jobs. So I think the pandemic definitely is playing a role. But outside of the pandemic, as we usually have a labor shortage, but not this bad. But the comments I get is that some people actually do leave because they find jobs with benefits, which is totally understandable. Our pay, though, is very competitive, and we're very grateful for the increase that you approved, the 6% for our employees. When we compare our employees to neighboring districts, we are very competitive in the pay. The only difference could be benefits depending on the district or, of course, outside world. And as of now, even though we're making the money, we cannot make that move yet to offer any benefits because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. If we ever do that, I want to make sure that it's sustainable and that we can, because my goal as the director of the department is never to depend on the educational budget to run this department.
Yeah.
We want to be self-sustained. So it's a very hard, I don't really have an answer, I guess is what I'm saying. There are many factors, but in the future, if we see that permanent meals may become the norm, and that the reimbursement is there, I would love to consider giving benefits to my employees.
Yeah. Some of that question, another question, I guess, is we have issues in the high schools and other issues that are going on because of they can't have a cafeteria. Some of the districts, such as Granite, have gone to a central kitchen. What would be the advantages or disadvantages of us going to a central kitchen? You might be able to get more full-time staff if you did that, move everybody together and concentrate them and have fewer people needed, but
the advantages of a central kitchen, it could be that the production of the meals, you will need less staff, but of course the volume increases a lot. Of course, I also see the investment that Canyons has made in having a kitchen in every one of the schools, in which we really appreciate that now with all of the renovations and the new buildings, our kitchens are top of the line. And what that allows us to do is a better quality meal put to the students. I really don't want to badmouth anybody with central kitchens, but the feedback I get from parents coming from districts that have central kitchens is they're always impressed with the quality that we offer and the different choices, because everything has to be more processed, of course,
right.
When you have a central kitchen, and it's just the nature of the kitchen. When having a kitchen in every one of our sites allows us to produce a fresher product and a higher quality. And it's interesting because actually I was in a meeting with Granite earlier this morning, and they are actually facing the same labor issues that we are having. So even though they have a central kitchen, I think everybody is being affected by this. At this point, really, I think what the board can do, going back to your original question, is just little things that may boost morale, like giving a good high five to nutrition workers. And I'm sure to everybody, I mean, my department is just a sample of what everybody is doing and the dedication of the employees in our district do. But little things like that is what makes their days, like they're being valued and recognized to what they do.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
Thanks so much, Sebastian. I know that this is something we're not the only ones dealing with, right? I have a sister whose children go to school in Granite School District, and they were informed last week that there would be no lunch available, period, for that school, in part because of supply chain issues and other things. And I'm just going to formally ask the USBA president sitting on our board if she wouldn't mind communicating with USBA if there's any way we can get word back to the governor about how the schools are being impacted by the labor shortage issue, specifically with bus drivers and nutrition workers. I feel like we need to be having more of those conversations with higher leadership and how that's being impacted by unemployment benefits and other things that have been discussed at length in the national scene. One of the questions I have, I've had a lot of parents in my area whose children are not under the poverty line that can't afford lunch ask me why it is their kids are receiving free lunch. And they feel badly about it. Actually, there's a sense of guilt on some of their parts because they feel like it's important as their families can be self-reliant in that respect. And I know that this is kind of the system that's set up. I'm just curious whether or not at any point it becomes worthwhile to ask families if it is possible for them to provide their kids their own lunch in nature of the problem. I mean, like if we were to communicate that with the community about what's really going on, if some of the kitchen staff can be taken more from some of the schools and moved to other ones, whether or not that's a better way to help with our staffing issues. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So let me give you a little bit of background first, because this question has come up more than once to me directly. And when USDA put together the waiver for the school meals, it didn't give the option to say, oh, this school in this area is going to be under a normal national school lunch program, and you that may need the lunch more, you're going to be under the free meals. It was an all or nothing kind of deal. And part of the reason is for many years, we've heard the talk that a school lunch really is, there's this stigma that if students participate in a school lunch, oh, you must be poor or you must be in a disadvantaged situation. So the pandemic allowed for the government to provide these meals. And there's been talk about getting rid of that stigma and also make sure that it's part of the day, and that it's just like the buses, that parents don't have to worry that the bus will show up or to pay for the bus, that they will do the same thing. So I explain that to parents because they feel guilty. You're right. They feel like I can afford it. I don't need it for free. But that's the reason why we opted in. And in fact, I think every district in Utah, I may be wrong, but I'm not aware of any school district that didn't opt in to this option. But now, do we want to encourage them? It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Yes, we're having a labor shortage problem, but at the same time, our whole department is funded by the meals we serve, by participation. So we receive the money from the federal government and from the state based on the number of lunches that we serve each day or the number of breakfast. And if our participation goes down, yes, it may help with the labor, but if it's going to decrease our budget to the point that we may not break even, then it's going to have impact on the educational budget. Because as the agreement that we sign as a school district tells us that if we are in the red, we cannot roll over that debt for the next year. It would have to even be taken out of the fund balance, that's what we would do. But if we run out of that fund balance, then the district will be responsible for that. So yes, we want the participation to be high, but we also want a solution for labor. It's a little difficult and tricky at this time.
Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Okay, so just a couple of clarifying things. We do meet as a region, or we meet as a state where you guys determine purchasing food, right? And then we purchase it all together to help decrease the costs of food. Are we still doing that, right?
Yes, we belong to, it's called UCARE. That's our purchasing group. And we have 20 school districts that we buy together to get more buying power and also to get a better price.
Okay. Then I was at a central kitchen in California, and I just want you to know those meals were heated in microwaves and you could hardly even eat them. I mean, like they came in frozen, they were put in a microwave and they were handed out again. And I just really don't want to go there if we don't have to go there. It was not the best nutritional food in the world. I get the kids throw a lot of food away, but that I think would be even worse. So we used to use student help, and I know other districts are still using student help. And I know we stopped doing it during the flu 3 years ago, I think it was, so that we weren't spreading the flu from kids to kids. And I know we're still in a pandemic, right? So then that puts the question on, do we use kids again to help with serving the food with gloves on, masks on? So I don't know, or I know other districts do still use the children to serve the food. So are we back to maybe we need to use student help to do that again, or we're just not wanting to go there again?
I think that's more of a question for the principals, actually, because we always welcome the help from the students, but it was the principals that decide if they wanted to open that door. Before the pandemic hit, we actually had many principals that stopped doing the lunch workers, not only because of the flu, but because they didn't want them to miss instructional time, which I think is great because that's why they're at school, is to have that instructional time. So if there are principals that I still feel like it would be beneficial for the students, we would welcome that. Given the pace though at this time, and I'll be quite honest, because it's an elementary situation, it's not secondary schools that do this. But there is also comes a part that you have to supervise these students to make sure that the food that they're handling is safe. And even though we put gloves on them and we put hats before, and I'm sure now we would have to put masks, kids are kids, and sometimes they forget or they drop something and they pick it up with their gloves. And we had to, if we weren't watching, I'm sure it would have been missed, but we have to remind them, change your gloves and do that. So I'm willing to try anything, but it could be that my people will say, well, now I have to supervise them more than I could be faster just handing out lunches.
Well, if you only have one person sitting there that's managing the whole lunchroom,
Yes.
and you have all those elementary kids walking through there, how does that one person do that? I mean, literally, I
True.
don't understand how they can do that.
True. What we've been doing really is, so here are some of the things that we're doing, because you're right, they cannot do it by themselves. Of course, my staff in the office, we're all having uniforms, and if we have to go and serve and make bread or anything, we go. But the schools that are in better shape, we pull workers from them and we say, we need you at this school today. Actually having the 3 high schools not ready yet with the kitchen, I know the kids probably are getting tired of sandwiches, but it has helped because those workers are at schools that are needing the labor while they're producing sack lunches, because you don't need that many people to put together sack lunches. So we've been able to use those workers to support. We really are hopeful that the labor situation will get better. And I'm not trying to get political or anything, but I know that some of the benefits that were imparted played a role. And I know that for a fact because I had offered jobs to people and that to my face had said, I don't have to take the job. I just got to apply for the job. But as as we're going more back to normal, we are hopeful that we're going to see some people come back to work.
It seems to me, though, if we had 2 full-time people with benefits, that's as equal to 4 people that are part-time with no benefits. At least you have 2 people there, which is better than 1 people there. And so I don't know the budget that well. I mean, I know it, but not that well, down to those, nitty-gritty things. But if we could get full-time people, even 2 people, like I said, I know when I was in middle school and high school, I served lunch. It was a choice. And, the high school kids took turns serving lunch. I don't really remember it hurting my education whatsoever. But I don't know, maybe I know you've thought out of the box and then you thought out of the other box, and I'm pretty sure you're on your 3rd box. But I'm just trying to, I get this huge shortage of people not working, or I don't understand. My dad told me if I wanted to eat, I could go shovel, in the barnyard if I wanted to eat, right? And so I'm just confused, and I get, there's COVID and there's a pandemic and there's concerns, but maybe the insurance part would help them come, because then they know they have at least health insurance if they do get something. Maybe that's the concern. I'm trying to wrap my head around that piece of why nobody has employees or no one's wanting the job. So
yeah, it's a mystery to us too, but you're right. The benefits would help. And I think Leon has been very good at having these conversations open, and we will monitor our budget, and we will also monitor where the universal meals go. Because if the funding will be there, yes, by all means, I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Because when we lose that money, okay, so my thinking may be wrong, but I'm thinking if we don't have the people working, and then our budget shows that we haven't used up that money, then they'll cut the money. Then we won't have money to hire the people. Have I
So
got
right
that
now,
right?
what's happening is, so we have the money, and because of the labor shortage, a lot of our employees are working extra hours. So we are paying overtime too. So that money is being used somehow. But with given providing benefits, is not, and you all know this, but it's not just your paycheck that you take, but you have to consider health insurance and all of the other benefits, the pension and all that.
Well, maybe a
that's the part that
comparison
we
between overtime and two people full-time benefits might be a good comparison right now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can get that. Yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
Well, I'm grateful for Miss Arnold. She actually talked about a few things that were on my list too. I grew up in a school district with a central kitchen, and I am also in favor of the way we do it with fresher and healthier ingredients. I also was thinking back to my school days and the same thoughts about how students participating. One thing to consider is a lot of these students will then grow up to work in the food industry as teenagers, at least, right? So I would like us to maybe give some thought towards that, because that's educational for them. Many of them are going to have to get a food handler's permit, and so enlisting their help a little bit and teaching them how to be clean. These are great ways to help us mitigate spreads of things like COVID and flu anyways. So maybe there's an extra benefit there as well.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? So
Yeah.
Are we thinking of going outside than elementaries? Because in the past, we've always done it with just elementaries. Are we thinking secondary schools?
Maybe
we can
secondary
have-
schools.
Yeah, I can reach to school performance and have that conversation with them and see what, because of course we'll need the principals
Yeah.
good on this.
And I don't know if there's some sort of incentive we can build into that, but maybe
Usually
because
they-
you may
they-
not have as many people
Yeah.
interested.
The
at the older-
incentive that we had before was a free meal. Now
Right.
everybody's getting a free meal.
Everyone has that. Yeah. So we
But-
got to think of something
yeah.
else, especially because how it works, right? Participation isn't as enthusiastic at the older
Yes.
levels. Another thing that I wanted to mention is I do realize that it's federally funded to have free lunches. So there isn't anything we can do about it district wise, but I know parents that when they have come to me about this, they can always bring their own sack lunches from home,
Yes.
and then they're not taking that meal from someone.
Yes.
I have also talked to some nutrition workers, and I know that lots of times we have a surplus of prepared food that happens from time to time, especially
Uh-huh.
with the little in your presentation, the little fruits and vegetables to
cups.
go, those cups and things like that. I know that sometimes my son comes home with those. I'm just wondering if we've looked into it all, like supplying homeless shelters or doing any sort of donations with those extras, because it breaks my heart when I open up my son's backpack and see this little vegetable cup he didn't tell me about that just is gone bad. So have we thought at all about donating to homeless shelters?
Yes,
or anything
we've
like that?
had, and in fact, last year was contacted by, I can't remember her name, but she has a program that they would pick up the leftovers, and we did a little study on our leftovers. As a general rule, just so you know, because we want to make sure that we have enough food offered to students, we allow our schools to produce 5% extra meals, and that accounts for drop trays for people who change their mind last minute, who want to come and get a meal, and in the elementary schools especially, because you're asking in the morning what choice you want, but then you get to the cafeteria and you either forgot or you change your mind. So that would account for that. So we are happy to report that a lot of the waste is kept under 5%, which is in things that we could reuse. Like, let's say that they didn't grab the whole apple or a whole piece of fruit, we can wash them and serve them the next day. And with the shortages in food that we're seeing, we're trying to save as much as we can. On a regular year, yes, I talked to this person. I wish I could remember her name. I'm so sorry. I can find out and let you know. But I said, as soon as we go back to more normal, we can have that conversation, because they would come and pick up our leftovers and donated it to like homeless shelters or people in need. With that, we do have to, the only thing that we have to be careful, because and we will be careful on this. I'm just mentioning it because we had done pilots. Mount Jordan comes to mind years ago when we did a sharing table, and the students knew about this and they were taking more food so they could donate it, and it had a huge impact on our food budget. So, but but then it's a matter of just educating, saying how much you can take. And honestly, just take what you're going to eat, and what if you change your mind and you don't want to eat something, then donate that to sharing tables. But yeah,
I just
we
have
will
a
continue
question
to
really
work.
quick. There used to be laws or rules or policies against doing that with the food. Are they not there now in place? Because the last I knew, there was still,
There, right now, what they tell us is you have to have edit checks and procedures in place to make sure that the system is not abused. Because it's a federally funded program intended for students, you have to have certain guidelines. So people in their mind, because they're going to be thinking, I'm going to produce more so we can donate it because we're doing a good deed, giving it to somebody in need. But the funding is not unlimited. And that's why we have to have those edit checks. And that's what I mean by us putting together, you can only overproduce 5%. That way we know that, and that accounts, like I said, most of the time for kids changing their mind or higher participation or drop trays. And usually you'll see that our waste on average, what really goes into the trash is between 1% to 2%.
yeah. Because
So
I knew of a school that was taking all maybe it's the garbage, not the food that's left over. They were taking all of the garbage that was thrown in the garbage, all the food, and feeding it to pigs on a farm, because they didn't want the garbage being not used either.
Yeah.
But if there's rules and regulations against that still.
that would be a question for facilities. We don't have a rule for that, but facilities is in charge of the garbage pickup. But you are right. We're talking about two different food waste. I'm talking about the production that
Right.
happens in the kitchen that we could donate.
Yeah.
Once the student leaves the cafeteria or the kitchen with the tray,
Mhm.
that food we cannot donate because it's been given to somebody else already. And that's, you can see more on the garbage depending if they ate it or not, but we can't do anything with it.
Yeah, I just remembered that was the
Okay.
the difference.
Thank you. Sebastian, this has been really informative. We appreciate that you'll visit with us every year and give us this annual report. And I just can't thank you enough for all that you're doing. And I know that this last year, like for all of us, has just created situations which we've never experienced before. And you and your team and your flexibility and your competency on taking care of the kids and keeping them focused at the forefront of all that you do is so appreciated. And like you mentioned, please, how important it is that your staff, all of them, know how much they are appreciated. I mean, every day they are frontline with the students, and their impact and influence is very important. And we recognize that and appreciate you and all that you do in directing that department.
Thank you. We'll pass along the message, and thank you for your confidence and support in our programs. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next item is the annual SCC training. And again, this is a requirement by state statute. I'll turn time over to Susan Edwards, Community Engagement Coordinator.
Thank you, President Tooney. We have just finished our main scheduled round of school community council trainings. We have added a makeup in September 30th. A few things that happened this year, just so you all know, with the earlier start of school, which moves back parent-teacher conferences, the trainings were quite early this year. And some of our schools, we let them know, but some of our schools were quite caught off guard by that and didn't quite have their SCCs in place yet. So they're still working through that. They're just about all fully elected and staffed now. But we did want to host a makeup this year just so that the ones that have not had an opportunity to make it so far can still do that. So far, we've trained about 250 SCC members this year. And that constitutes, we've got 3 schools, Crescent, Quail Hollow, and Ridgecrest have been 100% trained. They'll be receiving, if they're listening, cookies at their next meeting from us so that we celebrate that success for them. 95% of our principals have attended already, and 57% of the SCC chairs. As you all know, the SCC chairs and the principals are required training each year. So hopefully we'll catch up to the rest of those in this September 30th timeframe. A couple of things I want to lead you through a little bit of what we've trained them as part of your training so that you know what we have offered to them. Part of what we've talked about is the plans that they are responsible for. This has grown a great deal over the last many years. Used to be, it was just land trust. And then we've added and added, we collectively being the Utah legislature have added to what's on their plate. And so now they have a pretty robust agenda to get through in the year. I gave you a few things I want to describe to you in your packets. One is all of the plans that they are responsible for. And this was very well received this year. And they appreciated it. It kind of has the SCC role, the principal's role, the district role, and then our due dates and the district contact. And that's beneficial because with all these different plans, sometimes they'll call me or they'll call Alice and they'll say, we don't have any idea who's over this plan. And so this gives them an idea. This is a person you want to reach out to. The second thing is a timeline. This is your timeline, not their timeline, which is different. Their timeline is 2 or 3 pages long, but this is your timeline, which I will talk about again in just a moment. The requirements for school websites, again, we'll be talking about that here in just a moment. And then this packet's kind of interesting. I gave you guys this. If you remember a few years ago, there was a trust advocacy office that was formed. Tim Donaldson, who used to be at the state school children's trust office, now heads that office as of this year. And he sent these out. I will tell you with a little caveat that they sent them before we had done our final distribution. So there are a few anomalies in it that aren't quite accurate, but the idea is great. And we appreciate their support. These went out to each legislator and it gives them the schools that are in their areas and then a little bit about trust lands. So if you are talking to legislators and they ask you anything about this or want to know, this is what they've seen. And so that gives you a little bit of a heads up so you know what they're talking about. And I thought it might be interesting to you. Like I said, there are a few anomalies on it as they printed these before our final distribution was made available to them. But I thought they were interesting to see and that you all might enjoy seeing that as well. So in the reports and the plans that they're responsible for, the final report this year is considerably different. Usually when you come back, and I've told you this in years prior, an SCC is responsible for 3 land trust plans, right? They're responsible for last year. They're responsible for last year's plan. And so they review that and they see, did we meet our goals? Did we spend the money the way we were supposed to? And how did we do? And so that final report is usually written about your first meeting of the year. But this year they have tried to align the land trust dollars with the UPEF system. And that information will not be made available until to school community councils until January. And we discussed at training, it's a bit counterintuitive to go a whole semester after the last school year before you review last year. But the requirement has changed quite a bit. So they will get access to that January 15th. And it is due to be reviewed in our office by school performance and then to get to you by March 1st. So we're going to be asking them to look at last year starting next semester. We understand that's counterintuitive. I'm not sure we will ever be able to get that fixed. It doesn't really sound like it, but we have put in our opinion, if you will, on how that aligns. We have offered several options to our SCCs. One of them is that they go ahead and have the conversation now in the fall, and they can just kind of keep the notes handy, and then the principal can fill that out when it becomes open in January, or they can wait until January to have that discussion, whichever they prefer. So the land trust plan for this current year, for next year, they will create starting around January. That's what comes to you all by April-ish, and that you will approve, and that will be for the next year. TSSP, the SCC gets to give input into that. That's worked on by the building leadership team and the whole school, but the SCC gets to give input into it, and then they choose goals from that to allocate their land trust funding towards. And that oftentimes you all set the rubric for that, but many times that will have the more complete picture because the land trust funding has much tighter controls on it. And the TSSP, you have a little bit more flexibility. So to see, the land trust goal may be one subset of part of what they're doing in their TSSP. So when you review that, you'll want to keep that in mind. Digital citizenship, they receive that report and the school safety report here in the next couple of weeks from us and determine on digital citizenship if the students and parents have the necessary information and the training that they need to be good digital citizens and to be safe on the internet. And then school safety, same thing. They receive that report from us and they report back to us what their top 1 or 2 safety concerns are. And if you remember, you will receive that in January from us, kind of a synopsis of those reports. And then we get a follow-up in May from them on what they've been able to do to address those safety concerns. And also from here at the district office, if there's anything we've been able to do to contribute to that. The positive behaviors plan were new this last year. And those they will review and determine if changes are needed each year, not necessarily anything that has to happen or come before you again. The electronic device plan, same thing. They review and determine if changes are needed. And then the safe walking routes plan for the elementary and middle schools. So the plans are due this year. And this is a change we're going to try to make with all of you. If you remember, typically they are due this year by April 11th. Typically, we get them, school performance works with them, makes sure, sees if there's any edits, anything that they need to discuss with the schools. We compile them and get them to you all to read right after the 1st of May. And then you have a week or two, couple of weeks to read through all your plans. What we're going to try this year and see if it works better for all of you is as soon as the school is done, some of them finish earlier than that. As we get them in and have time to do that pre-work and prep work with them to get them to you, we'll start rolling them out to you. So you may see 1s or 2s at a time, not an entire packet, and be able to start processing those early. So we're hoping that will be a little less combined work time over a longer period of time, but you all will have to be prepared in your mind from late March through May to be reading those plans as they come to you and getting back to us. The state deadline is March 15th. So May 15th. Yes, thank you. May 15th. We have asked for a 2-day extension. If they're not technically in by May 15th, they don't get funded on time, but they believe that if we get them in within the next day or 2 after that. So your final approval, when we have to absolutely have drop dead on all of them, is going to be May 17th. But if we can get them processed and in sooner than that, fantastic. We'll still have the final approval, just to sign off on May, but hopefully we'll have all the work done prior to that. Do you have any concerns or questions about trying that this year? We looked at moving the calendar back, and it just really caused some conundrums for our schools to move it back very far. So we're hoping that piecemealing them in this way will lessen the last minute rush for you and give you some better time to review. Any questions?
See, I think Mrs. Oakes and then Mrs. Mybauer.
So just to clarify, so that will be on like kind of an online document that we'll have access to be able to open it. We just kind of get a heads up, hey, this is available now.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Correct. And then you remember there's 2 of you that will read each plan. And so you'll be able to see, like you have every year on the signature, one person's finished, one hasn't, whatever, we'll be able to see that and kind of prompt as we go.
I just wanted to thank you so much with your work on that. I'm so grateful to have a little more time so that the principals don't feel extra stress and pressure if we're asking for things and they're up against a deadline. So thank you so much. 2 questions I had. I noticed our SCC chairs was 57% with training. Would it be possible, and I'm thinking of state statute regarding SCCs, but would it be possible that we could, I don't know, maybe it would be a policy committee question, but require the SCC chairs have to go to training, or then they would be, willfully stepping down from that position and have someone else, because that role is so vital with conducting meetings. and for them to really fully understand their responsibilities. Is that something we could look into? I just find it concerning that not all of them are going to the training.
We will work really diligently to get them all trained. We always offer the opportunity, if they're not, to go meet with them personally or to come out to their SCC trainings. So we will work really hard at getting to 100% on that. And we usually get pretty close.
Okay.
But that would be up to the board. The board can always go further than the law. If you choose to do something like that, you guys could discuss and talk to us about it. We could see. But I would say by the time all is said and done, and again, this year, we had earlier training, so they weren't all elected yet. That's why we've scheduled this makeup. But after we get past that, we'll take a good look at it and see where we're at.
Okay, great. And then I had one other question, and I think we've talked about this before. I love this spreadsheet, by the way. I think this is awesome. And I think it's more clearly defined than it ever has been for parents to understand what their responsibilities are and which each role is. So I just think this is just fantastic. The positive behavior section. I know I had talked to you about this before, but just wondering about if we can, as a district, get a landing page for some central information. I know Albion Middle had a really robust anti-vaping campaign. And if we can have a marketplace, even online, to share those ideas, so we're not recreating the wheel at each school.
Absolutely. We can. It takes a little bit of programming and time, and we've been a little crazy, but we will look at adding that into the other plans that we have.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. A couple of other items. So we've talked about the time frame. Final approval, like I said, will be right there in the middle of May, but if we can get that ahead of time, fantastic. So legal compliance, another thing that the board is responsible for. We usually determine off of the websites. So these are the items that are included, but we've done some work here. We keep hearing that it's hard to keep these up to date. The principals do it at the beginning of the year, and that's always looks pretty good. And then as the year goes by with changes and things, sometimes it falls through the cracks. So a couple of things we've done. Every school has a web manager now that receives a stipend, and we've trained those web managers to help with some of this. And then subsequently have trained the SCC chairs. So on items, the members' names, contact information, the ones you don't see stars on, the web managers have been trained and the chairs have been given their contact information. So at the principal's discretion, of course, they can contact each time. So like a week before a meeting, when they're required to have up their agenda and their open meetings act information, their notices, and also the draft minutes from the previous meeting, then they can contact, the chair can actually take care of that with the web manager, taking that off the principal's plates. And then the items that you see with the blue stars, we have actually brought it into the district office, and our great web manager here, Janelle, she will update those. So we put in the reports like what you're talking about, the land trust, the TSSP, anything else we decide needs to be there. The prior year report, which when that comes out, the opportunities to serve, those type of things we can now do internally for all of the websites. So those are off their plates. So we've really tried to consolidate and help the schools, the SCCs, and the principals to take a little bit off their plates and help them out some. So that's the website requirements. You will see the paper I gave you has kind of a condensed version of that with the red highlights of who does what. And who uploads what onto the websites. But that's how we tell compliance for them. And we audit that a couple of times a year, and the state starts auditing that right after the middle of October. They may actually move it forward because used to that October 20th was the deadline. Now they've moved that to October 1st. So we're within a week of having all of that included in the requirements by the state. Additional information. The first one's we've trained on, and it's very interesting. So by law, by statute, actually, it's been moved from statute just this year into board rule, which may be very beneficial to us as we look at this. The SCC members' contact information, either telephone or email, has to be made available, just like for any elected official, like all of you. Our SCC members are still volunteers. They don't really consider themselves as having ran for office. There are parents and employees, but the employee side is not a concern here. So there are phishing scams that grab their emails and email them all kinds of things. Everything from, hey, this is your principal and I'm stuck in a meeting. Can you please call me, or can you please email me back? The minute they click or they do anything, it causes them problems, to scams of going out and buying gift cards or other nefarious things. And so we've really seen an increase. We took a step last spring to add a reCAPTCHA on that helps that. It's not helping it enough. We're probably seeing, based off of school community council training and talking to them, we're probably seeing one phishing scam a week at different SCCs, and some of them one a day. So we're really, really seeing an uptick of these. So we're working with the Trustland Action Committee and the state board to try to change that information to say, rather than having contact information required, a way to directly contact them would be enough, would be sufficient. And in that case, we could add, the little form where you click on, say, email this person, and it comes up with a form to email them that you have to fill out, as opposed to their email. We'll see if we can get that through. We have great support from the state Children's Trust section, and we've talked to a couple of legislative members that we think might have a heartburn over this, and I hopefully will be able to get that changed. But just if you hear that from your constituents and from your SCC members that are serving, know that we are very well aware of it. We did include in the training a heavy push on them being wise to this, to knowing that they will never receive an email from our principals that is not at canyonsdistrict.org. And because all of these are from Gmail or Hotmail or something else, and they will never receive anything asking something crazy. If they do, they need to contact their principal and make sure that that's real. Also, the public notice of meeting, we've trained them to know that it's not just the list of dates for the year. It's also a public notice, so that if you or I were to go onto their website, their calendar, that it's easy to see when their meetings are and to find that out. And so we've really taken some time to explain that. I wanted to go, can you click on Sunrise's, that link for me? I wanted to show you just a little bit about what an SCC website looks like. Click on, that's taken us, click into just the community, just the SCC page, please. There, that first SCC link. Yeah, thank you. So going through, these are the required elements. That is what you're looking for is a statement about how to serve and how to get elected. Keep scrolling down. The funding history is what I said we've taken over and are putting that up for them now. The SCC bylaws and rules of order and procedure, they're required to have rules of order and procedure, something like Robert's Rules of Order. And this year in training, Nancy helped us, and we held a special training for the chairs and the vice chairs. We really have heard from them a lot this last year, saying that it's become ever increasingly necessary to run meetings really according to some sort of structure. Historically they get together and it's a good time, and they don't have to be really stringent like you all do in your meetings, but they're seeing a greater need for that. And so we did a chair and vice chair training this year, where they really dived into how to run a meeting effectively, how to keep good minutes, how to follow Robert's rules. And we had really good feedback on that. All of our schools, minus one that's working on it, has bylaws and their rules of order and procedure in their bylaws. And I am reading through those and will be helping them rewrite and update all of their bylaws this year. Keep scrolling down. You'll see that the council members there, and if you click view email, you don't have to do that, but that's where you'll get the reCAPTCHA. We just realized it's not enough. Go down to right there. So that meeting schedule, minutes, and agendas, that's a change we're making it to. It's been kind of a hodgepodge, but this is what we've asked them to have it look like, the web managers. So they see the whole year's meetings, and then a week before, when they have to post their agenda and their draft minutes, this is what you would see basically. After the minutes are approved, then you would see the minutes be come up as approved, and then each month, and then they keep that on their websites for 3 years. So that's what one of the websites look like. Any questions about those? And you can go back to the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Wrigley has the question.
Yes.
Just a quick question on that. Have we done, I thought at one time we were doing some online FCC trainings, or have we thought about that? I know a lot of these have younger children. It's hard for them to get out, and we should be able to get 100% if we did online or not.
We have. It's one thing is we find the biggest advantage to in-person is we get a lot of questions, and we are able to answer a lot. So we will be putting up the slideshow, but it doesn't necessarily have the language behind it. We will be doing one in Spanish for some of our schools that have requested that, so that we will get theirs trained and in the language that most of their members will understand. We do have School Community Council 101 recorded, and it is online in both English and Spanish where they can see that. But the updated version for this year has a little bit more specifics.
Are we able to track that? So we probably will get an accurate number of our people have gone through. I mean, I suspect by the time they all do that, it's probably higher than 57. We may be up to.
Probably, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, so that sounds like you have made some of that. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Susan, I just have one question. So I know on the state side, it has like procedures that you can click on the state site and it drops you down with procedures. And then there's like a graph kind of thing that shows Robert's rules. But there's no place I found that shows that we need bylaws. So is bylaws something that we choose to do as a Canyons
Correct.
District, or is bylaws part of the policies
That's a
and
great
procedures or
question.
laws?
It is completely optional to the SCC. There are a couple of reasons to do it. The rules of order and procedure, how they're going to run their meetings, that's required. But the bylaws come into play more on your size. So I'll give you for instance, if you have the bare minimum to an SCC would be 2 employees and 4 parent members, because there have to be 2 more parents than employees. And that's the minimum. The law sets the minimum, but it doesn't set a maximum. So if you have a hot issue one year, say the parking lot is, and parents get really keyed up about this and they want to come be on your SCC because they're going to change the parking lot. And they get there and find out that Leon has a lot more control over the parking lot than the SCC does, right? And they find out that there's budget constraints and they maybe can't make a big difference into that area that they wanted to make a difference into. They never show up again. Well, if they came and they were initially on your SCC, if you don't have a maximum, everyone is on your SCC. So if you have 30 people show up that are gung-ho about an issue and they never come back again, then when you guys get around to plan time and we have to get signatures for you and these people have not listened and not participated and haven't been back, you don't have the ability to get them. And then we have to do a lot of cleanup there in April, May. So if your bylaws say we're going to have X number of people, that's our maximum, then you know how many seats you have open for elections each year and you are able to rotate through those. And also usually the bylaws will establish if you need to replace somebody. A lot of them typically say, if you haven't shown up for 3 meetings in a year, the chair and principal will talk to you about, do you want to continue to serve or can we invite somebody else? So that's kind of the real purpose of bylaws. It can include a variety of other things, your kind of rules of conduct and some different things, what they want to include. But those are the main things, the main advantages. So we've encouraged over the years, all of our schools to have bylaws to set that maximum. This particular year, they use that a lot. Most of them were very appreciative to have that in place.
So the new one that just got published by the state, it does have a paragraph in there that says how many people are going to be on the council and who's going to rotate so many years. They did make that adjustment. So I didn't know.
I would have to look at that. I think that's, as far as requirement, I still think it's a minimum, not a maximum, but
They
have
left
to look at that.
Blanks for you to write it
For
in.
you to write it in.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
would be written in something similar to your bylaws.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions? So I've given 2 sites here. One is the state site that has, like Clarine said, a wealth of information, and that's very useful. The second one is our own website. And on our own SCC website, it's basically our handbook. We used to do a hard handbook. Now almost everything SCC can be found here, including the slideshows from our trainings. Once we finish those and other resources. So if you ever have questions, you're welcome to go there. And then our SCCs are all told that, they can contact me and Alice at any time and ask any questions they need. We're here to support them and help them have a successful year. Any questions I can answer for you?
Well, Susan, this has been great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing this information. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you. Appreciate
How
it.
about 14 thumbs up, huh? Yeah.
All right. Thank you all. And
Okay.
if you have questions,
Thank
let
you.
us know.
Great. Thank you. Okay, next item is our annual open meetings training, also required by statute. And I will turn the time over to Dan Harper, General Legal Counsel.
All right, thank you. Leon and I have a friendly competition to determine who tells better jokes, accountants or lawyers. Leon kind of sets the bar pretty high, but here's my attempt for this evening. So what is the difference between a Brahmin bull and an attorney? The attorney charges more. But that's a pro bono joke. I'm not going to charge you for it. So, you know. Very good. From an accountant. They're quick. They're witty. All right. So as President Ting indicated, every year we're to have training on the Open and Public Meetings Act. And the reason we do this is it's required by statute. And President Ting is the one responsible to make sure that that happens, which he does very well. There's not been a lot of cases on the Open and Public Meetings Act, but the Supreme Court has pointed out that the purpose of the act is for you to take your actions openly, that your deliberations allow for an open public process so that they're aware of what is going on as their elected officials. So some key definitions. Meeting basically is when a quorum is present and you've gathered for the purpose of discussing or acting upon a matter over which you have jurisdiction. Probably more helpful is the definition of what a meeting is not. It's not a chance meeting, social meeting that when you're gathered together is and there is a quorum present, as long as there are no public funds appropriated for expenditure at that time, and the meeting happens and the discussions solely deal with administrative or operational matters, or which no formal action by the body is required, or no future action is taken on the things that were discussed when the board members were together in a quorum. So what are the things you should not be discussing during board meetings? Again, going back to what the Supreme Court said about the purpose of the act is it should be open. So there should not be group or individual texts going back and forth because those are not open. We had an issue with a neighboring school board that had some very colorful texts that went back and forth there. So that was kind of a violation of the act. Also, any email deliberations that would be going on during board meeting would also be a violation of the act. Instead, it should be so everyone can hear it. However, the statute does point out that you can communicate electronically. It's just not to be done when you're in open meeting, but some reminders that it is okay to email pertinent information to other board members. That might be from one board member to the board. It might also be from administration to the board. The important thing, because it goes to the whole board, is you're careful about how you respond. You're not supposed to be doing deliberations via email there. So try to avoid engaging in group comments and conversations. Also, an important reminder, is that your communications are subject to GRAMA. That would be between board members, also between the board and any patrons that you're communicating with. Question has arisen, well, what about text? So text, the archive committee has determined those are usually defined as transitory. So what that means is if you have text between the board, you're welcome to delete them. You don't need to keep them. They're not considered a record of the board or other things because you're not supposed to be doing business via text. So you're welcome to delete them. Or if we were to receive a GRAMA request and you had that text, you would have to provide that to them. Even if it is considered transitory, you would have it and therefore would be subject to providing that pursuant to the GRAMA request. So one of the things that is required is public notice. One is annual notice of all the meetings and then individual notice. Both of them kind of have the same requirements. That is, it should be posted at the district office. Also, we provide notice to a local newspaper, a media correspondent, and it's posted on the Utah Public Notice website. For individual meetings, that's to be done 24 hours before the meeting, unless it is an emergency meeting. And if it is an emergency meeting, we try and give the best notice possible. That's what's required of that. But we only hold emergency meetings for unforeseen circumstances of an emergency or urgent nature. So we don't abuse that. And one of the things that is provided are agendas. So agenda must provide specificity, so the public is on notice of what is going to be discussed at the meeting. So if it pertains to them or they're interested, they can tune in or come and give public comment on that. Each topic is listed separately. And there is an exception. So if a non-agenda topic, so something that's not on the agenda, it may be discussed in open meeting at the discretion of the chair if it's raised by the public in public comment and no final action is taken at that board meeting. So an exception to the agenda requirements. Next, we need to have minutes of our meetings. So we keep a recording and written minutes of all of our open meetings. They are subject to GRAMA because they are public records. The recordings have to be complete and unedited recording of the entire meeting, and those should be available within 3 days. And then the written minutes, they constitute the official record of the meeting, and they should include the date, time, and place, the substance of the matters that discussed. Also, the votes taken. A question was asked about what we've done is say, you know, when all the board members vote unanimously, we put unanimous there. And some have said, well, you should list those. And I'm of the opinion, because President Tingey is really good about making sure everyone who is present is here for the vote. Unanimous means everyone listed as present. If we had some habit of people kind of coming and going, then you would probably want to list, you know, but since that's always the case, that everybody listed as present was here when the vote is taken, unanimous really reflects that. President Tingey.
Just a quick comment on that.
Sure.
So if someone does, if the board member leaves the meeting or is excused or comes late or something, we usually make note of that in the minutes when they joined or when they left the meeting.
That's right. So it should reflect that. But, you know, if, for example, somebody did step out and needed to take that vote, or they left early or something, as long as it's reflected and it's clear, you know, when the vote was taken, who was present, I think meets the requirements there. Public, when they come and give public comment, we list the names of the people who provide any public comment and a brief summary. And also a board member could request some information to be made part of the minutes there. One of the ways we satisfy the requirements is to include a recording, and we do both. So we have the minutes, but also links to the recordings. So we have both. So we're kind of redundant and clearly cover. So anybody who wants to know what happened at a board meeting can see our minutes, but they can also go back to the recordings and hear everything that was stated. So all of it's available to them. As far as retention, the written records are the only ones that are, because they're the official record, they are to be retained always. And then when they're available, pending minutes are within 30 days, and they should be identified as such. And let's see, closed meetings. As we know, quorum must be present. It's a 2/3 vote. And the reasons for it should be announced and entered into the minutes, and also the location of where that closed meeting is occurring. These are all the different purposes for going into a closed meeting that I think we're all familiar with: character, professional competence, physical or mental health of an individual, collective bargaining, security, litigation, investigations, and criminal conduct, and property, either the sale or purchase of property.
Dan?
Yeah.
On a closed meeting, we have the habit of noticing those up as part of our agenda that we are going into, that we will be doing a closed session. Is that required?
It is best practice. If there were something to come up and the board was to decide, we need to go into closed session to really have this discussion.
So
we could do
not
that.
being on the agenda, somebody could motion to go into an emergency closed session
Correct.
and take a vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We do typically record our closed sessions unless it is about the professional competence, mental health of an individual, or physical health. And then the president signs an affidavit, and we identify the time, place, and all the people present during that closed session. The purpose for that is if there were any lawsuit about whether or not that should have been a closed session, the judge in camera could listen to the recording and make that determination whether that was an appropriate closed meeting there. Important thing is, when we go into closed session, all the final actions are not done in the closed meeting. Then you come back out into an open meetings and make your determinations, take your final actions in an open meeting, so everyone is aware of that determination. Electronic meetings, we can now have them. We've approved a policy for the board. Violations primarily deal with closed meetings. If someone intentionally violated or abetted the requirements of the closed meetings, it is a Class B misdemeanor. So we try to avoid that. A court may void an action taken in violation of the act. So something that you voted on, if they found that was in violation, that vote could be null and void. But if the board were to recognize, oh, we think we made a mistake here, all it needs to do is in a subsequent meeting, correct that and take the appropriate action, and then it's fine there. All right. How long does someone have after a violation were to occur? It's 90 days, not a lot of time. But if it's a bond, because we need to move forward, it's only 30 days that somebody could raise any objection to something that occurred dealing with our bonds. And finally, a little Yoda wisdom there to end our training on meetings. Any questions? Yeah.
I just have one, but I guess I should.
Okay, yeah, Mrs. Neibauer and then Mr. Wrigley.
My one question is, I have noticed that it is practice that a lot of the substance of the matters proposed and board summary of board members' comments are not in the written portion of our minutes, but I've never been concerned about that because we have the recorded version. My question is, later on in your presentation, you talked about how it's the written minutes that are always preserved. Is there a time that recorded version is no longer available?
Well,
what's the time?
We've always just kept all of ours, and so they are also part of the permanent record.
Okay, great. I've never seen it expire, but it wasn't written out in a bullet point. So then I thought, have I missed something here?
Yeah. Because we do that, it's not an issue.
Okay, great. Thank you.
As well.
Mr. Wrigley.
I'm having a hard time to decide whether your riveting presentation or his annual budget presentation it's hard between the two.
It is a tough call.
It is a tough call, but I'm not going to make that decision either. The question I have for you is, if we do not have a unanimous vote, and often you'll just see nays and yays or whatever. Do we have to list those nays and yays, or is that by who voted what?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It should be reflected in the record. It
As
should
to who
be
voted for what
3,
then.
4, or some count. It's the actual individual members.
The actual individuals that made it unless it's unanimous. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, because I think the purpose for that is that your constituents know this is how my representative voted on this particular issue.
Yes, and we have been doing that in the written minutes. And then I mean, it is our practice to retain the recording that goes along with each item, because it is part of satisfying the requirement to keep minutes.
Yeah.
Nancy,
Yes, Mr. Millerberg.
we have the requirement to keep records. Is there a destruction date on those?
The officials are permanent. We keep them always. And so eventually, they could be turned over to the archives, state archives, and they would maintain them, but they are to be kept always. In
Indefinitely.
theory,
then.
you could go back and listen to minutes of
If I
the old
wanted to look at
Jordan from
Jordan School District
Yep.
from 1908, I could.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
So it should be pretty exciting. Any other questions?
Anything else?
Exactly.
Thank
right.
you very much, Mr.
You're
Harper. We appreciate this annual reminder. Okay, next item is the district accreditation update. And I will turn time over to Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle Schools, and Jesse Hennifer, Assistant Director of ISD.
Good evening. First, want to apologize for my public moment of distraction there, and didn't know my shoulder was so powerful up there against the wall.
Don't
but
worry, Cindy. Next week, they'll have all new ones up anyway.
I know. That's true. It's true. Just proud that it's on record. I had a principal text me, "Did you just knock a picture off the wall?" Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you very much. As I heard from Dan, it is forever on the record. So with accreditation, there were a couple of items that we had talked about kind of updating in the board section. So I just want to review, because when Jesse and I sent our just very rough draft to you Friday in the PDF, I know Nancy and I spoke, and so that wasn't reflected. So just so you know, there were 3 things that we've changed there. So one, when we talked last time in the vision and mission, there were some reports about equity and different things that really weren't placed accurately and didn't reflect the work of our committees and our strategic planning. So we had removed those documents. And then, so they won't go in with the accreditation process. And then there were 2 standards, 1.4. In speaking with President Tingy and getting feedback, we've changed some language just about the policy committee process, the ongoing review, because it said annual review. So more of the ongoing review and the way that the board handles the policy issues. And also in 1.5, the clarification, and part of that I think is reflected in Dan Harper's presentation, just all of the different ways there's access to agenda, to written minutes, to recorded minutes, to live stream, to people making patron comments, whether it's in person or through the phone. So all of that will be reflected in when we send you the new draft Friday, which, man, it's coming along. It's quite full now. Proud of our people who've been doing some extra work. But I'll highlight those things so that you can easily see where those changes have been made. So to look at our steps, really, since our last time, we've just been kind of plugging away at the similar things. So just the reminder, accreditation is all about continuous improvement of our system. So we're really looking at the monitoring of our processes and our system and the data that demonstrates we're making progress through our systems, implementation of all of the different standards. So we've used Cognia, that is the state accreditation board, and it's national and international. We talked about that in our last meeting. So they'll be giving us the feedback based on our progress. I was excited today, the lead evaluator sent me an email with all of the schedule of our meeting with all of the interview times. So I'll be sharing that out so you can see when the different groups, and yourselves included, are scheduled for interviews and which day. So it's the total system approach. We really are wanting to see, especially after being a new district, really wanting to see our growth, the things that we've been dedicated to, K-12, and understanding that college and career awareness doesn't start in kindergarten, or it doesn't start in ninth grade, sorry, it starts in kindergarten. We don't wait till they're in high school before we're monitoring their progress. So really wanting to see that across all levels. All right, so what we've been doing the last couple of weeks, accreditation coordinators, that's mostly Jesse and I, reviewing all of the evidence, collecting a lot more evidence in our workspace, making sure that the standards are all aligned, like I said, and that we're really focused on those three domains. So there's the leadership domain, the learning, and the resources. And then we've been working on really fine-tuning the descriptions. So fleshing out what that data means. So they really have a story that's not just, oh, I'm going to pull up this example and then I don't really have a context for it. So trying to really give them some good summary information, and then the I3 rubrics, kind of where we see ourselves in that standard. Our school performance directors worked with our principals and with ISD to create the template that they used and to get all of their executive summaries that we shared with you. So if there's any feedback, we'll be reaching out to them. I think most of them, we kept it pretty simple because we didn't want to overwhelm, an expectation of 20 pages per summary when that's a lot of 49 schools for the evaluation team to read. So we tried to keep it so they could make bulleted comments about, some of the demographics, and then have more of a narrative related to their unique features and characteristics. So what are we doing the next month? I have been planning a vacation for October 22nd, but I don't know. So we've sent out or shared the document that I shared with you all about what the criteria would be for the stakeholder groups, and they're looking for principals. Cognia is, and then the principals are identifying parents, teachers, and SEL and students. So they're going to give us their recommendations. So they're going to have those to us by the 27th. So that gives them about 10 days to get that to us. And then we'll start building their focus groups based on representation of all those different diverse feeder systems, diverse groups of parents. I know, like I mentioned, I think last time, that depending on how many evaluators we have, is how many people we can have in our focus groups or how many groups we can have. So we'll be giving you more updates on that as we hear from the lead evaluator and as they finalize the number of people who will be joining our team. So then by Friday, Jesse and I will be, hopefully it'll be a final thing that we send a new PDF to you with all of our documentation. As I said, we've had lots of people submitting some of those missing pieces. So we're fine tuning, we're writing summaries, we're getting all of that put into place, checking links, because one of the big things is making sure anybody outside of our CSD docs can actually open the link. And that was one of the lead evaluators' concerns. So we'll be making sure that is working. And then we just cleaning it up, fine tuning it, making sure it's our best representation. So that will be going in on Friday, and we'll share that with you as well. And then when you look down to, so 9/27 to 10/1, that's when we'll have built those teams, and Jesse and I will be reaching out to invite the participants to take place in their focus groups. And so we'll explain to them the Zoom, that this is all, they can do this from home. It's all virtual, and the time frames that we're doing their interviews. And that way we should have a large group of alternates in case, a parent that we reach out to or a teacher or whomever says, I really can't make it that day, that time, that we have other folks that we can access to fill those pieces and really get a full representation for our stakeholder groups, because those are very critical. On October 1st, Jesse's met with Kirsten and Jeff to kind of plan out some external communications. They're going to be doing podcasts. They're going to be doing a web story that links. Once we finalize our documents with Cognia, we'll be posting them So they'll have a web story that links there. They're also going to be doing a lot of social media things. We'll be asking our principals to be sharing information on their web pages and just making sure parents are aware that this process is happening and what that means. So then this next month, starting on the 24th, once we get everything with Cognia lined up, we just basically respond to requests from the lead evaluator and the evaluation team if they notice any, like, we saw this, but we didn't really see data. Do you have data for that? So I know with Jesse and I's experience in the past, they would ask for things during the evaluation. So as a team, we'd say, it would be really nice. I still don't understand this piece. It'd be really nice. Can you see if they can send us X, Y, or Z? So sometimes as late as the actual evaluation, they may be asking us for things. We're hoping not too many. We hope we do a good enough job that they feel like they've got what they need from us. So that is where we will be as this month progresses. So the actual visit then is the 18th through the 21st. And they'll be looking through all of the workspace evidence in that time. The lead evaluator really does a lot of that initial legwork. The evaluation team maybe comes on board a week or two before. So they usually divide up the domains. Like Jesse and I each had a different domain, and we'd be the expert in that domain and read everything that system had provided. And then they kind of use it that way. The visiting team will meet with the superintendent and the Board of Education, and all are virtual. So everything that they're doing is a virtual meeting. So, whether or not you want to be at home or whether or not people want to come here, Jesse and I would work that out with you. They'll also be meeting then with all the other stakeholder groups. So that will include students, parents, school-based administrators, so a principal, district-based administrators. They have it in two groups. So one is more the academic directors and one is more business and operations directors. And then the community representatives. So I'll be, again, sending you out their schedule that they just sent me this afternoon. They're all virtual. And then on the visit, they will give us general feedback. It's not very long. After all that work, it's a little bit like, oh, okay. But they send a very detailed report. So they basically will give you feedback on this is what was obvious to us as areas of your strength. These are the great things you're doing. These are areas that we would recommend that you work on, or places where we notice some gaps that you could maybe be thinking about. And then they have a very comprehensive report. It takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get it. So we hope that we would have it before Christmas time. So the end of October till before Christmas. So that would give us then the final information that we could use in strategic planning or anything left for us to make plans, do things better, right? And then learn. So what comments or questions or updates would you like beyond getting the new document on Friday of this week?
Well, I think the new document and then the schedule.
Yeah, I can send you the schedule tomorrow.
Anything else, board? Mrs. Nybauer?
I just wanted to thank you so much for the vast amount of work here. And I just really appreciated hearing the comments I made last meeting. And thank you to President Tingy also for following up with that, with the artifacts, and really just appreciate that. Look forward to that new document. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Millerberg and Mr. Wrigley.
Just one quick question. It looks like most of this is happening the 18th through the 21st, and you want to have the meeting with the Board of Education. What happens if we're not all in that meeting? Because I have conflicts that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we have, in our past, we haven't needed every member of the.
Do you need
board,
a quorum?
So we don't need that.
They'll
Cognia
invite
doesn't need that. So if one or two of you are missing, that is fine because it is feedback from those people, from the board, the guiding board or governing board.
Okay.
So one or two is fine for Cognia. So we would be all right with that.
And it's my understanding that it'd be in smaller groups anyway, so it wouldn't be in.
No, they want you in two.
So there would be
They
a
don't
cap.
want the full board just to avoid the quorum.
Yeah. So there might be a couple of schedule options, right? The board members could choose from on which works best for them.
Yeah, I'll send the schedule to you tomorrow. And then, because right now there's only one scheduled meeting. So they'd meet at the same time and divide you into two groups. But if our lead evaluator has been very open to our feedback, we got the teacher meeting based on principal concerns about subs. The teacher meeting is before school. So she's been very flexible about, and we did the parent meeting a little bit later, as late in the afternoon as we could. So she's been really open and flexible. So if you guys see the schedule and somehow we need to request a second time, then you just need to let me know and I can reach out to her.
We'll send it first thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can send it tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
We've talked about this a couple of times, but I'm not sure the public totally understands the accreditation process. It's basically similar to our corporation college of management audit, I guess, on itself, and to take a look at everything that's working and make sure that it's working correctly. If it isn't, then to put plans together to make sure that does work.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not only agreed to do this in the high schools, which is pretty typical, but in a district to look at accountability and fiscal accountability and all, we've actually gone down to the entire system.
Right.
So what we were doing is pretty unique as far as a school district, and look at ourselves and say, what are our weaknesses? What are our strengths? And where do we need to improve? And you guys have been working on all that for this time.
It's actually very unique here in Utah. I believe there's only 2 other districts that have chosen to go through this self-evaluation and reflection for continuous improvement here in the state of Utah. I believe it's 2. So
And hopefully, after all this work, we'll have a good foundation for the strategic plan and tie it in with our strategic plan, but also be able to move forward with tying our system together to make sure it works really well. And I really appreciate you taking the time, because a lot of times we say we're doing really good, but we don't have any background or data to do that. So unless you have data to back up what you're saying, but it's really difficult to get that.
Right.
And I appreciate that sometimes we're thinking we're doing really good and you're going, we don't have the data to say that any longer. So
And
I hope
think-
the public realizes that what we've attempted to do or am doing in the process is pretty unusual for a school district to take such a close look at itself administratively. Thank you.
And I think, Steve, that was one of the primary reasons to do it, is so that we are taking that close look and really understanding K-12, what we're doing well, that what we think we do well, we're actually doing well. And if there's gaps or things, we can really be able to identify what they are and make things better and make the learning objectives clear for our kids, K-12. So, and any new school, for example, Glacier Hills, that's going to be new. In this 5-year window between accreditations, anybody new is grandfathered in under our umbrella of accreditation. So we don't have to go through any other process for them to then be accredited. So that's good too, as we are working. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your work, and we'll look forward to that other additional information and maybe a report when it's all over and you're back from your vacation.
thank you.
I won't go on a vacation, but I like to think about it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next is policy update. And this is a first reading on an update, and we'll turn time over to Mr. Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Tingy. Misty Suarez, our Director of Special Education, is here with me. This pertains to the work that is done in our Special Education Department. So we have a minor update in the policy, just a little bit of background. So in the Utah Constitution and in state statute, there are provisions that require the Utah State Board of Education to update special education rules. And they have gone through that process and updated special education rules that govern providing services to children in the state of Utah that have disabilities. One of the requirements we have as an LEA is once those rules are promulgated, then we develop policies and procedures to implement the special education rules. So the revision in our policy is those policies and procedures manual for implementing special education rules has been updated. On board docs, you'll see a revision to the policy, which is Mine are where we reference the special education rules, and then also where we also reference it as an exhibit, the policies and procedures manual. So those are being updated to the board and an adjustment in policy to reflect that we are adopting and making those rules, this policies and procedures manual, as part of our policy. And just to give a little background, USBE has already reviewed our version of policies and procedures. There's back and forth correspondence with the special ed department as they review, and USBE has given their approval for our policies and procedures manual, but it's also required by USBE that the board adopt the policies and procedures manual. Again, this is for a first reading. All of the documents are included on board docs. I would note that it took a bit for us to upload the 2 documents. So if you didn't see those were uploaded this afternoon. You'll see reference to the special education rules, which references federal regulations. It's a lengthy document, close to 300 pages. And then the policies and procedures manual, which is reduced, is still close to about 91 pages, but it references all of the federal guidelines that we're required to adhere to for identifying special education students, developing IEPs, servicing, discipline, and other matters. I can answer any questions. Misty can probably answer questions because she's been heavily involved in sort of updating the policies and procedures manual. But again, this is for a first reading with bringing this back at a future board meeting for approval as required by USBE.
Thank you. Any questions, board? Mr. Wrigley?
So our teachers go through a lot of training. How do you train them on 91 pages of regulations in addition to everything else? I mean, what's typically done in special education? Because I looked at the other document and fell asleep while reading it. So it was long.
That is a great question. We take priority parts and update. They weren't really new law implementations, so they were changes. So it can easily be delivered through an email all the way to in-person training. So we got really good last year at delivering some of those trainings virtually. Mm-hmm. So that's become a part of our practice too.
Yeah, special ed's probably one of the most technical types of teaching to go through because of all the regulations you have to have in addition to being basically a good teacher. Yeah, so thank you for doing this. This is a lot of work.
The other nice thing the state does is they always have an annual special ed conference that reviews and goes over some of the more technical aspects of child find and preparing IEPs so that everyone is up to date on the provisions of the federal regulations. Yeah.
Just to add one more thing too, we have at least 3 trainings per year in person with all special ed teachers. So that's solid what we do. And then in addition to that, we do virtual trainings and other things.
Any other questions, board? Okay, I want to just ask the board if when we bring this back for a second reading, would it be all right if we put down possible action on this? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Next is a board discussion of USBA trainings. So I've got my name here, but it really is a discussion of board members. So I will lead that discussion, and board about, I think it was towards the end of June, USBA held a webinar on parliamentary procedures. And there was some great information shared there. And then we just recently, several of us attended the USBA Leadership Academy and received a lot of good information there as well. And then also I'd like to just use this time to put in a plug for the USBA training program called the MBA. And that's something that the last 2 years, our board has made a concerted effort to have at least 2/3, I think it is, 2/3 of the board, including the superintendent and business administrator, complete that training so that we receive the board MBA award as well as our individual ones, those that completed it. Is that, I think I have that correct? Yes. So we have some time here, board. If you have any items that you'd like to share regarding
President,
these particular trainings. Yes, Mr. Millerberg.
I think I was listening, but I did not hear mention of the Leadership Academy that was just completed this last weekend.
Yes, I did mention that.
On there, okay.
Yeah, so the training in June on parliamentary procedures and the Leadership Academy, which was last weekend, and then MBA are the kind of the 3 training items that we just now have some time. If you have something you'd like to share from your experiences or some of your thoughts following those trainings. Okay, let's see. I've got some hands up here. Okay, we'll go with Mrs. Schill and then Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oakes. And then we'll go down to this side.
So I went to a few meetings. Well, obviously a lot of classes. I was there the whole time. And there were just a couple things I learned and I wanted to pass on, maybe talk about as a board and see if you guys would be interested in this. The first one is I attended a class on finance, school finance in the state. And the thing I really liked was, let me get my papers. They actually had a simplified budget. It was an example from another district. There was just like 15 pages. And I thought it was really great because, you know, that other book is really long. And if you want to read it, it will take hours and you'll probably fall asleep. So I think a really simplified version would be awesome. That's just one of my ideas.
Executive summary.
Yeah. And it had different like charts. It was really great. I can tell Leon what district it was if you guys all like that idea. But it was just like a tiny book. And I just think that would be great because that's also something our patrons can actually look at too. Because they're never going to read the 100-page thing. They will never read it. Well, I shouldn't be so negative. Maybe someone will read it. The other class I thought was really good was another one it was on board and district administration roles, relationships. I don't know if anyone else went to that, but
I did.
I really loved, there was a little saying they said, and it was same goals, different roles. And I just thought that was really great. They also said, I mean, this was interesting. I don't know if this is in our policy or not, but Jordan District was the one who did the class. And they talked about how in their policy, it says that individual board members cannot give the superintendent direction, which I thought that was interesting. And I don't know if it's in our individual board members cannot give the superintendent instruction. It has to be the full board. Anyway, I don't know if that's in our policy, but I like that idea. They also talked about just communication processes and, how, and I think we've already worked it out with our new superintendent, how we all think he should best communicate with us or how we do want communication sent to us. And that's all I'll say because I'll give you guys, I do have pages of notes, but I'll let other people have a chance to say something. So anyway, I thought it was really great and I learned a lot. So thank you. And thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg and Mrs. Oakes, and then Mrs. Neibauer.
I'm going to start with the MBA policy or MBA program. Last year, I was pretty excited about that. And this year, you probably have noticed that I have not been that vocal
Well, you were on the committee.
I was on the committee last year. This year I wasn't, okay? Full disclosure, but I think it's a great program and that is due December 1, that it needs to be completed and turned in. And I, for one, will make a commitment that I'm going to cram for the finals and I'm going to get that thing, at least get the paperwork done. I've probably done most everything that it requires, but the paperwork is not that big of a deal. Second, I want to go to the training we had on the parliamentary procedures. And there were a couple of things that came up in that I really, really liked. And the first of that would be that when we as a board have a discussion, we're not obligated to speak on every issue. And that before a board member is given the opportunity to speak twice, that every board member has the opportunity to speak once. And when the discussion is started, that it starts with a different board member each time and it rotates. And, you know, Nancy and I've talked about this a little bit. I think it's difficult here to kind of get a rotation and keep everything straight. Hopefully at some point in time, we can receive, you know, we can return to the study room. And I think that would be easier, but I would like to implement those as to what we do. I think we've just flow through a little bit easier. And rather than having whoever has the quickest hand or the quickest tongue speak first. Then moving on to the Leadership Academy. And this is self-serving on my part, I'll admit it, because I am on that committee. But by way of full disclosure, our USBA president sat in on many of our committee meetings and was there to give us direction. True or false? True.
You guys were great.
Personal opinion, and if you differ, that's okay. I felt like the Fall Academy this year, the Leadership Academy, was absolutely stellar. We had 3 keynote speakers, and my opinion, all 3 were amazing. They taught not just interesting stuff that they have done or in an interesting way, but they taught solid, sound leadership principles. And every breakout session I attended, I mean, there's always some that you can't get to, I thought were exceedingly well done. And it was just a good time. And the thing that I think we forget oft on this is that one of the main purposes of USBA training is to help us build relationships with board members from other districts. And it also gives us a chance to see what is happening in other districts. I think I heard the comment tonight somewhere about not having to reinvent the wheel. And that is great when you look at what some districts are doing in certain areas. Almost, to me, 50% of the value of the conference was the discussion that took place outside of the breakout sessions. This year, they implemented some Thursday activities before the board meeting actually or the training sessions actually started, which I felt I felt real good about it. The superintendent and I were able to play a round of golf with the person that took the superintendent's place in JUAB. I told him that he was the first person I'd met from JUAB that was happy to see Rick leave. And our suggestion as a committee will be to have more of those type activities where people can come and get to know others prior to the conference actually beginning. So I thought that was a great time, and I came away from there with a ton of good ideas. And I took notes, so that means I might remember some of them.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes and Mrs. Nybauer, Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. I echo the sentiments of both Amber and Mont. I think all of your suggestions are spot on. And I love USBA training. I think it's so incredibly important. I did hear recently from one of the members of the USBA board that apparently there have been conversations held up at the state legislature and the governor's office, a little bit at USBE, about the importance of making sure that local school boards are being trained. And we kind of laughed a little bit because I was like, do they know what happens with USBA and everything that we do? Because I'm fairly certain that there are some of those governing bodies that are looking at us that could use a little bit of training too. And so it's important for us to make sure that we are on top of it, that we understand exactly what it is we need to be doing and how to function in a capacity that's appropriate for our role. Some of the things I loved the class that talked about how to work with legislators and understanding the legislative process. How we every year get over 100 plus education bills that directly impact every district in the state. And we have to work on implementing that as a board. So we have a direct interest in understanding how all of that process functions. And so understanding bill formulation and drafting, how to communicate with our legislators about our concerns, and how to help them understand and tell our story about public education. There seems to be a growing movement in this upcoming legislative session about a desire for vouchers and other things. And I think it's really critically important that all of us as school board members understand how to tell the story or the narrative about public education and what a strong public education system does for an entire community. It's easy to lose sight of that when you're hearing from special interest groups or constituents that have a particular thought or angle. And sometimes we're silent, and the silent majority can really, that can be a hurtful thing in the long run. So I was really appreciative of McKay's discussion on that. I thought it was excellent. I attended one about crucial conversations by Representative Doug Wilton, who is also a debate teacher, apparently. He was fantastic. I loved that. It was a lot of what I already believe in about the importance of really seeking dialogue, like appropriate dialogue and understanding one another. And that argumentation is different than being disagreeable, right? And that part of being on a board is really understanding and fleshing out different arguments and different perspectives in a way that's respectful. And that the focus should not be about winning, but it should be about getting better and actively listening to each other. I attended the one on superintendent and board relationships. I thought that was great. I loved the board member to board member relationships. And there were, well, before I move on, when we talk about the superintendent board relationships, I want to echo what Amber said with regard to Jordan's policy manual, which is all available online and very easily accessible for anyone to read. I really liked it. Part of me wanted us to have one just like it. Well, not exactly, but you know what I mean. Something similar so that we're all on the same page about how that's supposed to function. But back to the board member to board member relationships, there were three major takeaways I had. One was, and it's similar to one of the other presentations, but that the superintendent is all about the how, and that the board is about the why. We are the why. And we have to be very clear about not micromanaging some of those other pieces. That is really his responsibility. They mentioned a book, which I've heard about before, and I'd love to be able to do a book club as a board. I know we've kind of attempted something similar before, but I think it would truly be worthwhile for us. And it's entitled appropriately, How Not to Be a Terrible School Board Member. And the examples they gave out of that, I think, for as funny as they were, they're actually quite appropriate, and they seem to come up periodically on every board. And I think it would be worthwhile for us to do that. And the other thing is they mentioned a booklet that USBA has created before entitled What Successful Board Members Do. And I would love to get copies of that for each of us, if that's possible, Amber. That'd be awesome. So that's all I have to say. Sorry, it's a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Neubauer and Mr. Wrigley.
Well, my favorite takeaways from the classes I attended, that successful boards with board member to board member relations. The very first article in a successful board is to listen to constituents and share concerns with the whole board. And I loved to see that, because I do believe that is our greatest responsibility as board members, is to listen to our patrons and our constituents and to communicate effectively with our fellow board members. I know that in the last few weeks, I have spent an inordinate amount of time listening to my constituents, and I absolutely believe it is time well spent, and I couldn't have spent my time better. And I appreciate the opportunity we have as a district with parents who are educated and getting involved, because I know that that's how we strengthen our schools, our communities, and our children as we team up as partners. And I really appreciated that. I really appreciated the meaningful conversations also with with the representative down in now I'm forgetting county. It's Nebo. And I think it's South Summit County. No, South Utah County is what it was. I appreciated, he talked a lot about active listening. And again, I feel like that is, we reflect the respect we have for the speaker as we have active listening and practice active listening. And there's just kind of that reminder of that growth of mutual respect. And that's kind of a fragile relationship, but no price can be placed on that, is that mutual respect for fellow board members and for our patrons. And I know that all of the board members feel the same way, that we feel that we are partners with our parents and our friends and our neighbors, and that we have great amount of respect for them as we work together. I really appreciated his discussion about reframing difficult conversations and leading with your heart. I think and I've had this experience where sometimes when an individual is speaking and it's contrary to another individual's worldview, emotions can run high. And as we help to facilitate those discussions and first look for a perspective on understanding and respecting what they're saying, I think that we can help facilitate a meaningful conversation. And the ultimate goal is that everyone becomes better educated on different perspectives. So I just really appreciated that, especially from a debate coach, that it's not about winning, it's about gaining an education. So, and I just wanted to quickly, in conclusion, I wanted to thank Amber and Mont. I appreciate the amount of hours that you both put into that, and really appreciated Amber being coming up and we went to classes together, and I really appreciated the humility with the leadership. It's not often discussed in this board, but Amber is the president of the Utah State Board of Association. And so we sure appreciate all the extra time she spends, and Mont serving on that committee. I thought it was just excellent. So thank you. It was great.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to give some insight here. You know, when I first got on the board, I had no idea of all the stuff I had to learn. And I mean, I have a master's degree in other areas, but I did not know education currently going on right now. So it's been very helpful for all the different programs and leadership stuff that NSBA puts on to help sort of take lay members and turn them into at least knowledgeable about what's going on in the schools. And more than that, it gives us an opportunity to talk nationally and locally with our fellow board members to sort of see what their issues are and what our issues are and how they're addressing that. So I always find there's a lot of wealth in that. And as I come away going, I think I'm a better board member from going to those things than not. That being said, I was a little upset at this conference. They gave first, second, and third prizes for those who did the 5K and ran. I was the first one on a fast walk to come in front of all the walkers and got no credit. So next year, fast walkers are the first one in. I think we need to,
And if you want that, I want the geriatric award too.
but
Can I just say that our superintendent took first place in running
Yeah.
for the adults? Okay, sorry for interrupting, Steve.
He was beat by a kid though.
And Mont and Rick took second in golf. Very close.
So getting on without the levity. I just wanted to say thank you for that. This was a great conference, the last one we attended. There were some good classes I went to. One of them was by Representative Wilton, and he had some real good conversation. He talked about crucial conversations. We have a lot of crucial conversations going on nowadays on the board, in the public, in whatever. But he said, we don't need to disagree less. We need to disagree better. I thought that was a good quote, that disagreement is okay, but it has to be appropriate disagreement. And it says, we don't need to just, you have to argue and see both sides. We need a common pool of understanding. Don't run away from your difficult conversations, engage in dialogue, open conversations, and on issues. We need to be in dialogue. So I thought that was a real good training. He did several other things there that I don't need to quote, but just the thing that you can't back away from crucial conversations or difficult conversations. And sometimes you'd like to, sometimes you would not like to go to a meeting or other things. And as a board member, you just have to do that. But you need to be open, listening for both sides and understanding all perspectives. There were several really good classes. One of them, I attended a class that has no controversy right now, which is the social emotional learning class. I thought it was sort of interesting in that school down in Washington School District presented what they're doing and how they're making that work, and several other districts on conversation on what is working. So there are things working across the state. It talked about the importance of the mindset, skills, attitudes, and feelings that help students succeed in their school careers and life, that the primary purpose of this whole program is that. They also talked about the need for clear school-wide expectations and maybe even district expectations, especially that what each activity is supposed to accomplish, and clear classroom expectations of any kind. And then they also had something I don't know if we're doing is wellness space or wellness rooms for self-regulation. I think we're doing that at some of our schools. And it really has been helpful, a very pleasant environment where kids can sort of self-regulate if they're having under stress or whatever. And the final thing you sort of talked about, all teachers are trained on stress and how to deal with stress and how to deal with stress with kids. So there was copious pages and notes and a lot of things there, but those are some of the things that sort of stood out that seem to be relevant for right now as me serving on the board.
Thank you. I will just share a couple of highlights from the academy that I also, several of the things have been said. I had starred on my notes, so I won't repeat them. But one of the things that stood out to me on the legislative one is he said that it's important to know the good and the bad about all of the issues, and to be well-rounded and well-versed in those issues that the legislature is considering. And I think that applies to all matters that we work on. And that on the critical conversations one, a point that stood out to me is when asking for out of the box ideas, don't expect to stay in the box. And he shared some experiences from his personal experience when he was asked to give some, think out of the box. And every time he did, then he said, no, that won't work. And it was just shut down. And so I thought that's something that is applicable to the school board work. And then the last thing I'll share from the conference, we heard from Noelle Picus Pace, the silver medalist in skeleton. And I've heard her a couple of times, but the one thing, and a great presentation, but she shared going back and looking back on why she missed winning a bronze medal by 1/10 of 1 second, because her shoelaces were untucked. And so ever since then, I've just thought, that is kind of a motto, to watch your shoelaces, and just to make sure that every little, no matter how much work and preparation, just make sure every little detail is taken care of. And then you'll be in the best position to be successful. So board, quickly, in just a couple of minutes, I want to circle back to that parliamentary procedure training that we had. And Mr. Millerberg brought up a suggestion about the order of how we make comments and how we speak. And some of the things that I've got a whole page of notes from that seminar, but and start a few things that I felt applied to me. But one of the things that she kept stressing is the chair of a group is in charge of the process and is the servant of the group. And so I just want to ask each of you if anyone has anything to contribute about how the meetings are being conducted and how you would think that we can better improve our practices and processes. And I know Mont made a suggestion, so I'm just asking if there is something else that we can do, and we'll try and rotate around who gets called on first. But any suggestions on that particular topic, Mrs. Neibauer?
I don't mean to make your job harder either.
No, I think we just all need to be better, right? And I'm asking for suggestions on that.
I first just want to thank you. I think you do a great job of looking around to see who wants to speak and recognizing. And I don't know how you're able to do it, but you do it very well. And I wanted to make one other comment, and I'm sorry, a little off topic, but it was pressing in my mind. Just a quick question to ask Amber, if it might be possible to have recorded versions of some of this leadership conference. As we were all speaking, I'm thinking of our very valuable board member, Clarine, who works full-time and is in the classroom every day, and how her perspective is so valuable. And yet she's not able to participate in this conversation because it was during the day. And, I know my work schedule too, it's difficult sometimes. And so if we had recorded versions, so our other valued board members that may work during the day can watch it in a later time, that might be just so wonderful. And then also those of us who went to a different class, we can just access more because it's such great material. I don't know if that's possible.
So we are gathering all the PowerPoints, and they will be on the website so people can look at those. But that is a good suggestion about recording. I mean, we had the question about Zooming, and it's just too hard to Zoom in a hotel with all these different rooms. I mean, the technology is too hard, but maybe we could record them. I don't know. Well, it's a good suggestion. We'll talk about that.
Probably not the only board member that works full time and can't always attend.
I had multiple people ask me.
And Holly, we as a committee will be meeting a week from Friday to debrief and read through every.
Did you already read them?
I've read a lot of them. I didn't get through all, and we'll be reading all of the comments that were made with regard to the conference. And I will put that on my list of things to discuss. And if you have things, if you filled out a conference, I don't know what to call it. A survey.
I wasn't there for the whole time.
I'll see if I can get one and send it to you. Then you can fill
Thank
it
you.
out and put it on there, and then it will get discussed.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so back to the question about the parliamentary procedures. I think Mrs. Oakes and then Mrs. Schill and Mr. Wrigley.
So I appreciate Mont bringing this up. When I listened to that online presentation, I thought it was excellent for so many reasons. Robert's rules are always something everybody could use a brush up on. But I thought her point was particularly well taken, that making sure that everybody has an equal chance to speak and is not repeating until everyone has been given an opportunity is really critically important. And part of why I feel strongly that way is because not all of us are at the same level or place on the continuum between being an introvert versus an extrovert. There's an excellent book called Quiet that I read this last year at the suggestion of a child's therapist, because I have a very classic introvert in my family. And if we're not careful, like all the extroverts in the room can easily smother his voice. Whereas every single person that's part of a board is equally important, regardless of how extroverted they or introverted they are. So I think it's really important that we do stick to that, because it ensures that every area of the district receives appropriate and equal representation, and that it's not just being monopolized by a few louder voices just because that's the way that their personality expresses itself. So
thank you. Mrs. Schill, then Mr. Wrigley.
So I agree with what those guys just said. I won't repeat it either, but I agree with them. And I also just wanted to say, I mean, I think you do a great job, Nancy. The one thing you do that I think is really good is how at the end of a topic, you try to summarize and try to kind of give direction for what the superintendent's going to do, what the board's going to do. I just think that's really important. That was a point brought up in one of the classes. And I did realize, I'm like, yes, Nancy does that. And that's really important, because then it becomes clear to all of us what's going to happen next. And so anyway, I really do appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
I support Mont's idea as far as going around, as far as individuals, maybe limit it to 2 questions at one time sometimes, but if it goes around. The other thing we did as a board leadership is we often sort of put time limits on these or estimates so we can go through. I'm wondering if, and I used to facilitate many meetings where if we had a 15-minute time limit, when we got up to that, the end ended, but we didn't have to end it. We had to ask the group, do we move forward 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Can we carry on that conversation so that we sort of keep things moving along, still round robining? But it's got to, if we're really into something, we've got to go 15, 20, 30 minutes longer, we can do it. But the group's in agreement that that's something we want to do. I don't know if that would be agreeable to the board or not, but that might be a way to sort of make sure we sort of stay.
I am.
Thank you for that suggestion. Mrs. Schill.
I would be in favor of time limits. I know we've talked about it before, but I would be in favor of that, because sometimes I think we drag stuff out and we could be more efficient as a board.
My wife would sure to be grateful.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you all for the suggestions. Yes, Mr. Milliberg.
If you're finished with that topic, I've got just 2 more quick things.
Yes.
They're more calendar type items. We're looking at, I believe it's January 6th through January 8th is the USBA annual convention at Little America. And that is, you will have more people there than we had in Midway last weekend. And I believe everybody should have had an email this week from Cindy. She sent it out. But NSBA is April 1st through April 4th, and it's in San Diego this year. And I have found the National School Boards Association really, really valuable because I think we'll pick up on trends that are hitting the other parts of the nation and be better prepared for when they hit here.
Thank you for those dates. So just to repeat, January 6th through 8th, and then April 1st through 4th. And Cindy is the one that coordinates the signups on that. Okay. Thank you. The conference itself is the 2nd through the 4th. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, thank you all. Thanks for a great discussion. And that concludes our items for the study session. And board, let's take about a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. We appreciate your patience as our break took a little longer than we originally indicated. So I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 21st, 2021, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And we will begin the meeting by approving the agenda for tonight's meeting. I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for this meet, or we're going to the agenda.
Yes, this is the agenda for.
I'm skipping ahead. Make a motion to approve the agenda for this meeting, September 21st, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Okay, next we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle Schools.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. I will now turn time over for recognitions to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department.
President Tingy, Board of Education, thank you for this time that the board grants us to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyon School District. Tonight for our recognitions, we are celebrating some student artists, and it comes at an opportune time too. Last week was National Arts Education Week, and we have plenty to celebrate in the Canyon School District. Students who participate in school-sponsored band, orchestra, percussion, jazz band, ensemble groups, theater troupes, dance companies, choirs, literature, drawing, painting, and other forms of art around the district are beneficiaries of creative expressions of imagination, sensory enlightenment, invoked feelings of wonderment, and the education and entertainment. And let's not forget a little bit of exercise, as the marching band folks will be behind me will attest, that accompany the artistry and the craft of music, art, performing arts, all of the good stuff that makes us whole. Because simply put, art makes life better. As Pablo Picasso famously said, art washes away from the soul the dust of everyday life. So those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of recognition from the board and the superintendent, as well as a Canyons District keychain. And like I've mentioned before, in coming weeks, once I get more organized, we will have our honorees come to board meeting to be recognized by the Board of Education. Now, if I could, please, could I have those who are in the Alta High Marching Band who are sitting behind me, will you please stand? Let's give these kids a round of applause. The Alta High Hawks won third place at the Oquirrh Mountain Band Invitational. Now, you are talking to a former proud band dad who really misses the field show competition days. Now, I have seen firsthand that there is academic and physical fitness benefits from participating in the marching band. Marching band is truly a magical mix of music and motion. Now, already this year, we have asked the Alta High Band to do a lot for us. And you know why? Because they're fantastic, first off, but because they're so easy to work with. These kids are pretty darn amazing. They showed up at our ribbon cutting ceremony and played for us. And on the very first day of school, when television stations were calling and asking, hey, where can we go to highlight the first day of school? We obviously wanted to profile one of our brand new schools, and that's Alta High School. And we knew that the Alta High Marching Band would be willing to show up at 6 a.m. and perform for the cameras, and they did a marvelous job. The Alta High Marching Band and Color Guard on Saturday won the 3rd place trophy at the Oquirrh Mountain Band Invitational. The band performed at Harriman High School. And Canyons' other official marching band from Brighton High, they finished 4th place in the competition, just 1 spot off the podium. I think that's pretty darn good for just their 2nd year in operations. Now, our student musicians represented Canyons amazingly well, and we wish them much luck as they continue their field show competition season. Alta High's band is advised by Caleb Shabasteri, and Brighton's band is advised by Michaela Mortensen. Let's give them one more round of applause. Congratulations to the student musicians. Now, as an aside, Hillcrest High School also has started a small marching band. The band performs at school events and activities. They haven't yet competed, but they have started one. So I think that Alta may have started a trend in having marching bands at our high schools. If you haven't been to see their field show, remind you, it's I Have a Dream. Is that it? In Your Dreams. I said that wrong the first time, didn't I? In Your Dreams. If you go to the Alta High Marching Band Facebook page, the entire field show is there. Please watch it. They did a phenomenal job. And I'm speaking from somebody who has sat through a lot of field shows. They did an amazing job. We're going to stay with the Hawks for our next honorees, again, student artists. 2 student artists won honors at the Springville All-State High School Art Show. 2 Alta High students have received honors at the prestigious Springville All-State High School Art Show. That's Violetta Martinez with her 3D work, Stages of Grief. It was the best in show as adjudicated by the folks who went to take a look and judged all of the artwork. Ethan Johnson from Alta High School was an honorable award winner. He was selected for this by U.S. Representative Burgess Owens for the piece titled Black and White. This art show is in its 49th year. It was established by the Springville Museum of Art to honor the best high school artists in the state for talent, creativity, and dedication. Now, this show is highly competitive and features entries from high school juniors and seniors throughout Utah. This year, there were 892 works from 104 schools. Of those, 325 were selected for display. Now, the pandemic did create a challenge to the traditional exhibition process, which led to the first digital submission and online jurying system. Now, the works were judged on technical quality and conceptual design by a panel of art professionals. And the works that were selected for the Jurors Awards, they represent the most skillfully executed and original pieces submitted. So congratulations to the 2 Alta High School students who won awards at the Springville All-State High School Art Show. Now, the next honorees are student scholars from all 5 of Canyons District's comprehensive high schools. 15 Canyons District students have been named semifinalists in the 2022 National Merit Scholar selection process. Now, about 16,000 students from across the country advanced to this stage of the competition. The number of semifinalists in a state is proportional to the state's percentage of the national total of graduating seniors. Now, the students who make the semifinal list scored high enough on a qualifying college entrance exam to advance this far in the competition. But to become a finalist, this group and a high school official must submit a detailed scholarship application. They provide their academic record and information about all of their school and community activities. They also have to discuss in an essay their leadership abilities, their employment, and any honors and awards they have achieved. So congratulations to these Hawks, Bengals, Chargers, Diggers, and Huskies who are under consideration now to be a National Merit Scholar. From Alta, James Numbers. From Brighton, William Faber, Kaylee Rowley, and Arab Singh. Corner Canyon students, Creed Gardner, Rachel Oldham, and Allison Oler. From Hillcrest, Lucas Bolster, Ryan Chen, Danju Lu, Michaela Madariaga, Dallin Rima, Selena Yu, and Aaron Zhang. And from Jordan High School, Britton Bettinson. So congratulations to the Canyons District students who are semifinalists in this year's competition to become a National Merit Scholar. Now, as a reminder, tomorrow is the Canyons Education Foundation's golf tournament. The annual fundraiser will be at Wasatch Mountain State Park, and proceeds of the event support the Foundation Innovation Grant Program for our teachers, as well as other initiatives of our fundraising arm of the district. The Canyons Education Foundation staff and board have done a phenomenal job putting together donations and sponsors for a day on the links. I believe there are about 174 golfers who will be there tomorrow. Denise said that she's all full up, and she's done a phenomenal job as the staff and the board putting together this golf tournament for the district. Also, next Tuesday is the annual Apex Awards. These are the highest awards given by the board and administration to our faculty, our staff, and community supporters. We have a reception from 6 to 7, and the ceremony and dinner starts at 7. This is a by invitation only event, and we are incredibly excited to present awards to those who are receiving the Apex Awards this year. And we are holding the event at the new Mid-Valley Elementary School. It's our first elementary school at which we'll hold the Apex Awards, but we want to spotlight the amazing architecture and space of all of our new schools. These are the schools that our community invested in, and we are highlighting them one by one as we hold our Apex Awards. It's a beautiful space, and we can't wait to host all of you and the winners of this year's awards. President Tingey, thank you so much for this time. Board, thank you, and we turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. We love celebrating and hearing about all the great accomplishments that our amazing students and staff. And we congratulate all of you and thank those that are with us here in person for being here. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting, and I understand we have one patron that will be joining us by telephone. So we will unmute that patron at this time.
You are now unmuted.
Okay, thank you. I will now read a statement of instructions for the patron comments. The Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from the public. While not required to do so by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. I will briefly review a few guidelines for addressing the board. Patron comments are part of the public record of the meeting. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. When several people share the same opinion, the board may ask individuals to select a spokesperson. Patrons may provide the board members with written documents pertaining to their comments. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, Cindy over there, or emailed to the Office of Public Communication by noon the day following the meeting. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. Tonight, we have 6 individuals that have signed up to address the board, so each will receive 3 minutes. And the Board of Education does not discuss matters which are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a patron wants to comment on personnel issues, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, If the patron determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. As we begin the patron comments portion of the meeting, the Board of Education would like to address some issues that have been raised in the community. And following the patron comments, we ask Superintendent Robbins to make some additional comment. A couple of items. Last school year, masks were required in schools by a state health order. This school year, a new Utah law restricts school districts from issuing mask mandates unless under the order by the county health department. Also, to be clear, critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. We are making these things clear now to answer any questions and to make sure patrons receive some immediate feedback, as it is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. So with that, our first patron is Emily Davis, and who will be joining us by telephone. Are you there?
Yeah, hi. My name is Emily Davis. I have multiple children in multiple schools in the district, and I'm joining you to add to the conversation about SEL, and I know that's not on the agenda tonight. So thank you for your time and attention as you've received feedback from all angles about this. Tonight, I ask that you please replace your district-wide hold on teaching or implementing any SEL curriculum until you've completed a formal review of the dynamic curriculum in particular and can publish your findings. Although I haven't seen hard numbers, I've heard anecdotal evidence from administrators about how helpful SEL is to students' wellness. And I understand it's part of your strategic vision to educate the whole child. But what I found from my research is that not only is this curriculum unhelpful, but subliminally or at times overtly harmful. During my many hours of research on SEL curricula, CASEL, and Second Step specifically, I found myself reflecting, and I share this in case others are thinking this. I reflect, is this me avoiding change in the world? Is this something I just personally oppose? But the answer I've come to, and that I've reminded myself of when I think it's not worth speaking up, is no. This curriculum is fundamentally evil by design, and it's destructive to those who have to participate in it. I care enough about my kids and their peers to continue to tell you that this is not safe to teach in our schools, especially in group settings with teachers who aren't licensed therapists. But you don't have to take my word for it. Please find time to review it yourself and put a hold on teaching it until you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stacy Peterson, who is here in person.
Thank you, board and superintendent. My name is Stacy Peterson. I have 2 children in the Canyon School District. I'm here tonight because you're talking about your strategic planning. And the thing that has concerned me as I've started to become involved in looking at this is the companies that you're choosing to associate with as you do this strategic planning for us. We know that you're working with Education Elements in doing your strategic planning, which is also part of the survey that you're doing. A cursory review of this company shows that they do have a political agenda. And we know, I know last board meeting, Mrs. Oakes asked them if that would show up in the strategic plan, and they emphatically denied, no, it's your strategic plan. But we know that you can color the results of a survey from the questions that you ask. As I look at the survey for the parents, specifically on the SEL question, I'm given a statement of we are meeting the needs of your child's holistic education in our district. And I'm given the opportunity to say strongly agree all the way over to strongly disagree, or I don't know. Well, if I hate the program and I think it's awful and it's hurting my child, I guess I'll go with strongly disagree. My concern is that data coming back to Education Elements, when they view it through their lens with their political agenda, they might look at that and say, wow, we're not doing enough. Let's do more SEL. Let's do more of this. I do have the opportunity, thank you, at the end of the survey to write in what my opinion is and to sort of explain a little bit more about why I did that. but I doubt that that's going to show up in the data that you get from the survey. I'm expecting probably that the computer will grade the survey and compile the data based on which circles the parents, marked, and then give you that data. Perhaps my comment would be maybe an addendum at the end. That's concerning to me because I don't think you're going to get what we're all feeling when you look at the strategic things. As I look at, you're working with Cognia to help your accreditation process. I get that they're the biggest game in town, but they have a political agenda. For your SEL program, you're working with Committee for Children, and then the 5 core competencies are from Castle, hugely overt political agenda as far as social justice, as far as the gender fluidity, as far as the power and privilege being redistributed, all of that. I continue to come to the board or to the district offices to look at this curriculum. In fact, this week, and some of you may have been made aware of it too, in the 8th grade curriculum, 4th unit, 25th lesson, so it's closer to the end of the year. The lesson is about unhealthy relationships. One of the things that's in the lesson plan to the teachers is to refer the children to this site, which is called loveisrespect.org. And that's the site. It's also in the student handout. And it's also one of the slides in the lesson. When you go to that site, it's hugely, hugely concerning. It talks about sex is an important part of every relationship. It talks about how you should be enthusiastic about sex. It has pictures of gay couples and heterosexual couples. It talks about what if your family isn't approving of your partner. It talks about what if your partner is blackmailing you in order to get you to do things. We're really concerned about this program. I would please encourage you to put it on hold or get rid of it altogether until at least put it on hold until the steering committee can look at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Hamilton. And then after Sarah is Tyler Hansen.
President Tingy and School Board, thank you for this time to share my concerns. My name is Sarah Hamilton, and I am a member of the Alto Instrumental leadership team. And I'm here to talk about the students' input on our new band room. And first, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. McGill, our assistant principal, Shelley Karen, the business administrator, Leon Wilcox, the board vice president, Amanda Oakes, and our music director, Caleb Shabastary, for meeting with us this past Thursday to discuss the issues we have with the new room and how it is affecting us and our learning. We feel that it was a very productive meeting, and in addition to this, we wanted to come speak here. I recently made an anonymous survey about the new music room, and I got as many people to fill it out in our program as I could to gauge how people from different classes and different grades felt about the new room. When asked what they like, many people responded saying that they liked the high ceiling with natural lights, the new and modern feel, and the fact that we had a room. With last year, we were in the pack and it was very difficult to rehearse. One student said, "We have a music room. Last year we did not, though somehow that was easier to use and play with." When asked what they disliked, people mentioned the odd shape, the too small of a space, not enough storage, and small lockers that don't fit their instruments, practice rooms that are not soundproof, and the whiteboard and projector placed in an awkward position in the room. One student said that it's cramped and it's difficult to see the board and the projector because the room is so narrow and so narrow one way. They're referring to the setup that we have to use. Unfortunately, in this setup with the whiteboard on the wrong side of the room, so people have to turn their necks in order to be able to see what is on the projector or the whiteboard, which makes it difficult for our director to utilize this board. And I would like to share some of the comments from my survey from the students. So one person said, "I just want people to hear what we have to say and actually give us what we deserve and need. We just want a room that actually functions well and we can play in. Why can't our needs be listed and what we want in a new room so that it functions well?" So this is just referring to our room that is very difficult to function in and play in with the new remodel. Another person said, "Music is such a big part of my life, even outside of high school, and it feels like it's been put on the back burner. It feels like they should definitely work more and put more time and energy into the program. We just are asking for a remodel of the room because it does not function on our day-to-day basis to have a conducive learning space for us." We go on with these comments. Someone says, "I appreciate all that they're doing, but the music room isn't right for our needs. It has many issues that we have discussed and that I can provide in a document, but we just need space to be able to rehearse. And my final comment is someone says, we just got the scraps of what everyone else wants first. We were pushed out of the way for our old space just for the offices to be put there. And for marching band, we get pushed out of the field so football can practice and we have to march in the practice. And it is very frustrating for me as a member of the band and student council and the student leadership. It is frustrating to see us pushed out of space for other programs when we really need the space to rehearse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tyler Hansen and then Ellie Glenn. Oh, sorry, Eli. Thank you.
Thank you, school board, for this time. My name is Tyler Hansen, and I am the orchestra president at Alta High School. And I would like to begin by saying that Alta's music program has been growing a lot over the last few years. And not only that, but it's also been very successful in the last few years. We'd all like to name a few of some of the accomplishments we've had. We are the largest performing arts program at Alta, and our chamber orchestra has earned straight ones, which is the superior rating, at the state competition for the last 3 years in a row. And our wind symphony has earned straight ones and 1 minuses at state for the last 5 years. And our marching band has doubled in size since it was formed in 2013. And we also, in the years past, had the honor of performing at Washington, D.C., and the marching band actually won a state's championship in 2014. And Alta's jazz band has a long history of superior ratings and doing well at competitions. And this year, it was actually accepted to host the Jazz Festival this year, which is an enormous honor. And it really says something about the jazz band and the musicianship of all the members in it. All of us in the program work really hard and put a lot of hours into learning our music. And we've had a lot of success in the past, as we've said. But to continue to grow and get better for our class and for the generations to come, we need a better space to learn and to rehearse. The biggest problem, as mentioned before, is the size of the room. And for orchestra, I'd just like to say that the biggest problem for sure is the cello and bass storage. In the years past, when we had our old band room, it was big enough that we could put the cello racks, which stabilize the cellos, in the back of the room where they were out of the way of everyone else. But this year, the band room is not big enough to hold them in the back. And so we've dedicated a practice room to put to store all the cellos and basses. The problem with that, though, is because of the small size of the practice room, we can only fit 1 cello rack in there. And that's a problem because there's a lot of cellos and only a few of them fit on that 1 rack. And so that leaves the rest of them prone, just kind of sitting in the room. And it's a very small space, so they're very prone to fall over and get damaged. And if you have a cello kind of in the back, you really have to weave around all the cellos. And if one got stepped on or one got tipped slightly and it fell over, it can knock over other cellos and basses. And it's a big problem because, as many of you probably know, cellos are very expensive instruments to repair and replace. And another problem is the lockers are not actually big enough for the violins and violas. They do fit for putting them in, but they can't close because the cases are too long. And that leaves them prone to get stolen. I'd like to say that this isn't a big problem in the past, but there have been instances when people walk into the band room and just take a violin or a viola and just leave just like that. So it's definitely a possibility that our instruments could get stolen.
Okay. Could you conclude?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I'd like to speak on behalf of the whole orchestra that we'd like you to recognize these needs of our expensive instruments. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Eli Glenn and then Alex Miller.
My name is Eli Glendy. I am the percussion representative at Alta High School. I just like to talk a little bit about the percussion instruments that we have, kind of in addition to what they said with the storage space. There's not a lot of it. Before we had the remodels done, in the old band room, we were able to store all of our percussion instruments just kind of off to the side of the room and pull them out when we needed them. So Alta is lucky. We have a larger inventory of percussion instruments than anyone else in the state of Utah. And so we have, I think, 7 marimbas. I don't know if you've ever seen a marimba, but they're very big. They take up a lot of space. And we have a lot of them and dozens of other, small or big percussion instruments. And we used to store them in the band room, but over the summer, we put all of our percussion instruments in the band room, and it took up almost all of the space that there was in there. So if we had all the percussion instruments in the band room, there wouldn't be any space at all for like the band or the orchestra to practice in that room. So we were, in the original plans, going to have built a percussion room, and that would have been a solution to this, where we could have stored all of those really big instruments in the separate room. But after the remodels were done, we found that that room was not built, and the principal said that he was not aware that they were cutting that from the plans, and that he would do what he could to help us get that room. So we really appreciate that. But that just, even with that, that still doesn't leave enough space in the band room to be able to, perform with the band and orchestra, because they take up all the space, and then there's hardly any room in the very back of the room to set up the percussion instruments. And so I'm also on the Alta drum line, which is the percussion section for the marching band. And like Mr. Haney said, we have a lot of, we've gotten very big. We do a lot of stuff for the district. We do a lot of performances, and we have a history of doing well, but we feel like we just don't have the space that we need, like we said. But the drum lines equipment, the drums, take up a lot of space as well. And we've, even with the band room, we've been storing the percussion instruments in the theater room, which they aren't using because I can't remember, they are using the Performing Arts Center, but we're storing our instruments in the theater room. But even then, we can't store our drumline stuff there. So we've been just putting all the drumline equipment in this little locked closet door somewhere else in the school, and we can't get it out unless somebody with a key is there. So that's been really frustrating. But yeah, so other than that, we're doing pretty good, but the percussion instruments have just been a problem. They get damaged really easily. Like, there's people going into the theater room. Today, a xylophone collapsed and everything fell everywhere. And that's a very expensive mistake. So yeah, that's the state of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Miller.
Hello, my name is Alex Miller. I am the band president at Alta High School. And I would like to start off with, while the remodel left Alta with a beautiful performing arts center, commons, administration offices, and other spaces, for the instrumental music department, this remodel fell far short of the promise to, quote, create the best learning environment for our students, end quote, or to not, quote, settle for second best, as our principal said in his remarks at the groundbreaking ceremony. We are here to ask for solutions that truly benefit us. A half solution will not work for us. We are here to ensure that we have what we need in order to continue our education for future generations. In my whole school career, I have been relocated due to construction at Indian Hills and now inconvenienced by the construction at Alta. This is my senior year and was supposed to be the year I enjoyed most because of the promises that have been set years ago. I was promised not only a functional band room, but a nicer, bigger, and better band room, and that was not brought to me. An emotional point that I have is our band room is so small, we can hardly fit the class sizes that we already have. And our program has continued to grow over the years, and it will keep growing with future generations. And it would break my heart if our band director had to say, no, you can't join our ensemble because our room is too small. We don't have room for you. That's not okay. And it is unacceptable because everybody needs to start somewhere. And I started in one of the lower ensembles, the beginning intermediate ensemble symphonic band. And that's where many other people start. Yeah, to reiterate what everybody else said, we do not have enough storage space for the instruments. I've tripped over so many things already. We got old lockers from Hillcrest, but they do not fit in the band room very well either. The cello storage, not good. I've almost tripped over those. I see it as a fire hazard as well, because when you have class, it's really hard to get around everybody else, and it's hard to go to the bathroom. It's hard to get a drink. I'm sure for shelter in place, it would be a nightmare, and safety should be the #1 priority when designing a room. The awkward size makes it so it's nearly impossible to set up the chairs and stands any other direction other than facing one way, which even then it's still cramped. Along with the soundproof or the non-soundproof doors to the hallway and the practice rooms, that raises a huge problem because we've had multiple complaints from the office ladies telling us that we're too loud and we need to be quieter when it's a band class. What are we going to do about it? And the practice rooms are very dysfunctional because they are not soundproof. They have no sound absorbing panels on the walls. And I feel that it is at an unsafe volume because my ears ring every time I practice in there. And I stood in there while the drum line was practicing in there, and I could not bear to stand in there for more than 5 seconds because it's awful. And they're pretty much unusable just because everybody else can hear when you're practicing. So you can't practice at any other time other than before or after school, which is very frustrating to many people. Yeah, I just want to ask for your commitment to keep the promise that was made to the students, parents, teachers, and everyone in the community who paid for this bond. Help us strive for excellence. Give us the Alta instrumental music program, the facilities and support we need to succeed. While that started with a percussion room and more storage, that will not be enough for the size of our band. We are asking for a more permanent and functional solution, and we need your help to right these wrongs. We have discussed possible solutions with you and hope that we can come to one that will work for us. We understand that it is a difficult situation and that architects understand the limitations. Leon Wilcox understands the financial situation, and we hope that and what the district can do, but we understand that what makes our music room conducive to learning. We hope that before time, money, and efforts are spent to making a new room, that we could be informed so that the same mistakes are not made twice, whether it's expanding the room or giving us bigger space. And we intend to see a fully operational solution finished the end, the correct way. We understand that this will take more remodeling and more money, but it is essential for this program to continue for future generations. Please do something that will allow our siblings and over the next however many years, all those kids to have a spot to start in the new band room. Please make it so we can have a functional rehearsal space to match the beautiful performing arts center and wonderful program we have at Alta High School. Music matters too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. We appreciate the time that you've taken to address the board on these matters that are of great importance to you. We appreciate that. I will now turn some time over to Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President Tini. First off, I just want to tell our students thank you for being here and their comments tonight, and congratulate them on their great season and all the things that they're doing. I had a chance to watch their show at halftime at the Alta Davis football game and was so impressed and got to meet the band director and just be part of their show and witness. And it was just amazing. So I want to tell them how much I appreciate them and just wish them the best in their endeavors. And, it sounds like we have some work to do to meet their needs. So I really appreciate them being here. I had some remarks prepared from my comments. And then under policy and in light of the comments tonight by patrons, I'd just like to take a moment to address this. I first want to make it clear that
Superintendent.
Yes.
Would you like to tell these young men and women that if they don't want to sit here and listen to us, they can go because it will just go into meeting minutes. And then, like he said, we'll talk about what you talked about later.
It's their call. Yeah.
It's your call. If you want to stay and watch a whole meeting, or if you would like to go now,
and you're welcome to stay too.
And you're welcome to stay. I'm just letting you know if you want to stay or not.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'd like to brag about my 5K championship. If that it's okay. I just want to make clear that I fully support social emotional learning in Canyon School District. And I think it's important to recognize just how important supporting our students' overall wellness is, and understanding what impact and effect the pandemic has had on our students, and recognizing that from the beginning, almost 18 months ago when the pandemic started, the great commitment that the board has made, in in-person learning, but also balancing not just our students' physical safety and needs, but also their academic and mental health needs. And I think that has been a challenge. We've dealt with a lot since the beginning of the pandemic, whether it's shifting health orders or learning more about the virus. We've seen a change in variant from the beginning that has really altered the landscape. But I think being true to those goals have been consistent from the beginning, and just listening to our students tonight demonstrates that commitment to their passions and their overall experience in our education system. The philosophy behind social emotional learning really is about supporting their wellness, whether it's trust, respect, or unity. It's very important that we continue to support that. However, as we've noted recently, we continue to find in our Second Steps curriculum being used in Canyon School District schools, which is supported by many, also has links and other information that may not meet our community's expectations or our needs. And so tonight at this time, I'd like to announce an administrative recommendation to discontinue the use of Second Steps in Canyon School District unless otherwise directed by the board, and replace it with another social emotional learning curriculum with our own curriculum to be developed in-house. Now, I recognize this is not on the agenda tonight, and so I would recommend that this is on hold until October 5th, and the board can have a more full discussion and administration can present to you options in the interim, because I recognize the importance that we provide that support to our students until that curriculum can be fully developed through the rest of the school year. And hopefully, for me, I would intend that we're able to kick off our own curriculum by the end of winter break or early January. So with that, I don't know, President Tingey, if there's questions or if that's even possible tonight, but we'll go from there.
Yes, so board, I'll just remind you that this topic is not on the agenda, but it was raised by a member of the public. And so we can have a brief discussion. We cannot take any action. But I can also just ask if the board, unless there's objections, if it's okay, as the superintendent has said, that we bring this item for further discussion to the October 5th meeting agenda. So again, we can just take a few moments and maybe briefly ask a question, and then we'll more fully discuss it in 2 weeks. Let's see. Okay, but Clarine, did you have something first, or? Sorry, I thought I saw your hand and then.
Well, I was thinking, I think that's the right direction. And I think that you've made a good decision. And I think that you've thought about it a ton, and we did put our trust into you to come to us with situations like this. And so I'm fine if there's no way to make a decision tonight to put it on to the October 5th board meeting. But will we stop then all lessons until then?
Correct. It would stop as of tomorrow on hold until October 5th, and then the board can have a full discussion, and at your discretion, if you would like some options about the interim between now and the time that we can roll out our own SEL curriculum. I think that would be the question of what those options might be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg, and then Mrs. Nybauer.
First, I would like to say thank you to the patrons that have been here several times, have thoroughly vetted the program and have found problems with the program, have shared that information. And I also would like to compliment the superintendent for swift and decisive action that is being taken once you are fully aware of what the problem with Second Steps is. So thank you, superintendent. Thank you, patrons. And I hope there are other patrons that are listening that have been here before that the consents our appreciation to the public. We represent you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybauer, and then Mr. Wrigley.
I too wanted to first express my gratitude to the superintendent for his example of leadership. After countless hours reviewing Second Step lesson plans, meeting with Student Responsive Services Department, and spending countless hours listening to patrons, I have come to the conclusion that Second Steps does not follow our mission for our school district. It is in violation of some Utah state codes with sex ed. It's also, in my mind, very incomprehensible. We must and can do better. And I am so very grateful for vigilant patrons who have gone to extra lengths and limitless amount of energy to be watchful and to review the curriculum and keep trying. I did want to draw this board's attention to our policy 600-02-03. In last meeting, when the suggestion recommendation was made to move the curriculum off hold, and I was trying to create some dialogue around that, that recommendation was actually in violation of our own board policy in regards to concerns with approved curriculum. And so this is as much a reminder to myself as others. I was sitting here in the meeting thinking, what can I reach for? And then later found in policy that we have a very intentional steps moving forward whenever there is a concern with approved curriculum. And I know how difficult it is when we're kind of caught in this crossfire. And obviously our district was not aware of everything that was in that program. However, if we can consult our policy first, our policy is only as good as our practice. and our policy has been vetted, and minds have been at work for very intentional steps forward. And that, I would presume, is always going to be better than our first reaction. After the meeting, I met with Dr. Watts after a parent night at Draper Park Middle School with a keynote speaker. And I was just extremely grateful to hear his perspective. I appreciated how quickly our superintendent took action to listen to him and to engage him in the process. That was so great, and really appreciate that. And appreciate the departments, Cindy Hansen and others that worked through that. I'm just very grateful, and just thank you so much for your swift action.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Oaks or Mrs. Schill.
Yeah, just really quickly here, just a couple of things. So to make it clear, we're putting on hold the elementary and the high school and the middle school.
Correct.
Okay. This has been, and I appreciate yesterday on the opportunity to meet with several parents. We talked about it, and some things were brought up to us, and that was immediately brought up to you, and we made immediate actions as we did that. This has been an interesting process because this is probably the first time the district or the board has dealt with this. Most of the time when we get textbooks, we have 5 years. We look at the textbook, we see exactly everything's in the textbook. We've come into a new dimension of time now where you can actually approve something, and then all of a sudden somebody does a change, especially maybe during COVID in the middle of all the craziness going on. And you may not be aware totally of what the heck's gone on in that process. It sort of points out that maybe in the district ourselves, we may need to have some kind of a group that looks at all changes to textbooks and everything, just to sort of sure that they're in line with our philosophies and in line in what the state code and stuff is. Because that's a real possibility, I think, in the future. The hardest part about this is you can approve something today and tomorrow electronically somebody could slip in a different link. And how do you deal with that? I mean, 90% of the curriculum, 95% of the curriculum, and then you get something. There's the thing is in modern technology now, as we move away from that so that we could have more customized textbooks and customized curriculum for us. So I appreciate you making those moves and moving forward. I agree with you. I think social emotional learning, we've seen some positive things coming from that. This is really interesting. You look at second step. There's a lot of positive things. There's some really crazy things too. And so as we look at it, maybe looking nationally to see if there's some meets our needs, perhaps not. Maybe we'd have to go with some kind of like the state has their own core curriculum or whatever. We may have to have something within ourselves that we have more control over so that we don't get links changed and it sits there. But so I agree that I appreciate you. We're putting it on hold. We'll take a look at it. We'll take some time and with input from people, we'll take a long time to try to figure out what we're going to do and come up with something that's going to be in the same spirit we did the first version of this that then got changed. That's how we can now come up with something that really will help our kids. And how we're going to do that in the interim will be interesting because we are going through major emotional issues with our kids this year with COVID. So we can't throw away everything. We need to figure out what we're going to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill, and then Mrs. Oaks.
I just want to add my thanks to the patrons and just all the time they spent reviewing this and bringing this to us. And also the superintendent for his action and putting this on hold. I'm wondering if when you come back, I don't know, maybe I'm wondering if you could bring some information to the board about what are other districts doing in the state, like how many are doing second step? Are there some other programs? Just bring options and let us know. And also just as USBA president, I feel like maybe we better let the other districts know that are using second step. Because they may not be aware either. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. And of course, I want it to come back on October 5th for us to discuss. So thank you.
Hi, sorry. I want to echo my thanks to the patrons and to Superintendent Robbins. I appreciate it. This whole experience has been really insightful for me. One of the complaints that people have had about CRT is the fact that we impute a modern perspective or lenses on history. It's a different context, a different time. We look at our founding fathers and we take our modern perspectives or understanding and judge them according to what we see the world as. And never have I had more empathy for that conundrum than through this experience. Because 2 years ago, in 2019, when we were looking at Second Step as a potential curriculum, a glaring issue in the lives of our students was that of suicide ideation and completed suicide. That was the same year that, if I remember correctly, I think there were over 11 suicides at Harriman High School, and I think roughly 6 or 7 at Lone Peak High School. And that was right on the forefront of our decision-making and our concerns. As a mother of somebody who has suffered from mental health, and I've seen the need for this in schools, that was something that I thought a great deal about. And when I sat down and I looked at Second Step and I went through all of the folders for the elementaries, and I sat through and I listened to the discussions, and what I heard going on was actually extraordinarily positive at that time. It was kids really forming connections with each other in a way that they saw each other from a more human perspective and point of view that I thought was extraordinarily positive. Fast forward 2 years later, when CRT is on the forefront of everybody's mind and a lot of these other issues, all of a sudden you can take the current lenses of 2021, and that decision we made in 2019 can look really diabolical. But I can tell you, had we not made that decision at the time, we would have looked like we were being very negligent. And so this is a tough issue. Social emotional learning is the term SEL. I don't want people to take anything associated with it and proclaim it as being bad. And I think that we need to have a larger discussion beyond just standalone curriculums, in light of it being a night where we're discussing the arts and enrollment and our arts classes. And as somebody who believes very deeply in the potential power of the arts to be very transformative in the social and emotional learning of our students, I think that we need to take a deeper look at not just standalone programs, but see how that piece can be integrated in other ways. So I appreciate everything that's been said on this subject, and I'm grateful for the move that you announced tonight. And I look forward to further discussion on October 5th.
Thank you. I just have a couple of thoughts. I understand the gravity of this situation, and I appreciate that there are student needs. Those needs aren't going to be put on hold. And so I really hope that as we in the short term as well as the long term, that we keep those student needs in forefront of our minds. And I trust that our educators in the classroom and our administrators in the building have also a commitment to an awareness of those needs, and that we not forget that those things aren't going away just because we hit pause on this other thing for a little bit and for further discussion. And as we look long term, that we not lose sight of short term needs and issues. So that's just some of my thoughts on the matter. And I also share appreciation to you, Superintendent, and to the members of the public and the patrons that have been with us in this conversation. And I hope that you'll continue to be with us as the dialogue continues. So board, it sounds like I didn't hear any objection that we will bring this back on the next meeting agenda and discuss further some options on moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
Okay, next up is the consent agenda. And I will ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion on that.
And please read each of the items. Thank you.
I'm making a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for September 7th, 2021. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of August financial reports.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next item is item 7A, update on strategic planning. I will turn time back to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President. Just a couple of things on strategic planning. As you might be aware, in the community engagement phase, we're finishing up 3 pieces to this, focus groups. And I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in those over the last couple of weeks, and our administrative team for helping to facilitate those as well. Also, the survey, we put the survey back out to the public. Would like to get more responses if possible. So if you haven't taken the survey, I think it's in email, Jeff, or where did we send the survey out again? Awesome. And then the third piece to the community engagement has been the superintendent listening tour. And we've wrapped up all 5 of those stops. And I just want to take a second to tell all of the patrons and parents that participated in those events how much I appreciate their input. I think it's no secret that, you know, being in a pandemic and in the middle of a crisis, that these conversations are difficult. But I think one thing that I've learned through this process is just the value of ongoing dialogue and continuing to build those relationships and recognizing and honoring that great relationship and foundation that Canyon School District is built on. I think, you know, through all of it, and all of the tension and all of the controversy that exists, I think it's important for us to reflect on the foundations of the district and why the district was created in the first place. And that level of engagement with neighborhood schools and that partnership between parents and teachers and community is really the rock in this district. And as I said last board meeting, we are not the enemy, and neither are parents. We are the union. And so for us to go forward, we have to do this together, and we have to find a way forward. And so I would continue to encourage people to do so. I felt like throughout the listening tour, the level of kindness and respect was amazing, even when tensions and passions were running high in a few of those meetings. I think everybody, really, was able to take a deep breath and to be thoughtful and articulate in their comments. And my goal for the tour, really, one is to get to know me a little bit better, which I didn't get to do last year. But at the same time, our staff did a great job of really pulling that input and feedback together that will help inform the board as you go forward in the strategic visioning process. So I feel great about the different levels of input and feedback that we're engaging the public in this process. So that's all I have tonight on that.
I have a question.
Okay. Yeah, I think there might be some questions, but before we get to the questions, could you just into the microphone repeat the information that Mr. Haney shared about the survey, just so that it's
you want to share again, Jeff?
More clear on the recording of the meeting.
Jeff has a way better radio voice.
So if you go to our website now, you can request a link to the survey. And that's because we have don't have a database of all of the patrons who live in Canyon School District, but we still want to hear from them. So if you're not a parent or a guardian and want to participate in the survey, go to the website, give us your name, your address, and your email address so that we can send a link of the survey to you so you can participate in that. Last week, we did a reminder to all of those who had not yet submitted this survey responses. So hopefully we'll get more in the coming days. We will be doing another one, a reminder before the 24th, which is the last day that we'll be taking our responses.
Okay, I believe we have a few questions. I don't know if it's for this part or for superintendent. So if you don't mind staying close to the microphone there, Mr. Haney.
I make just one comment too.
Yes.
Real quick. A couple of important voices in this, I think that we need to talk about a little bit too, is that I will be conducting a superintendent listening tour with employees. And so I'm working with administration to break that down probably by level. But over the next 2 months, we'll have lots of opportunities to engage with teachers, staff, administrators already as well. I'm engaging with students. Our board advisory council will begin soon. So we'll have that perspective and voice, as well as I've already began meetings with high school SBOs. And those will be monthly meetings to get their feedback as well. So I think it's important that we hear from all of our stakeholders equally as important to the other. So back to you.
Thank you. Okay, I think board members have questions. Let's see. We'll start with. Okay, Mrs. Schill. Okay.
So the last several times I've logged in or just gone to the district website, the survey pops up. It's a pop-up. I just wanted patrons to know that. If they go to our website, it pops up.
Yes, it does. So there's no button you have to to click. It's just when you go there, it pops up and asks if you want to participate. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to make sure that got out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks and then Mrs. Nybauer.
So do we have numbers so far of how many responses we've gotten back on the survey?
As of last week, it was about 3,400. I'm not sure in the last couple of days if that's ticked upward.
Okay. And one more question. Even with the reminders, I'm still coming across patrons that don't know about the survey. I'm wondering what the thought is if we were to send out telephone reminders to people or text reminders. I don't know. I really want to be able to hear from more and more people. And in response to part of what was said, like how clear is it for people that if they feel like there are things on the survey that are unwieldy, doesn't necessarily apply to them, that there's another way that they can follow up or explain some of that?
We can do all of that, and we can shift our messaging to let them know that if they do want to give additional input, they can do so several ways. First, they can send an email to communications@canyonsdistrict.org. And then also there is a place on our website that says Your School, Your Voice. Click on that. It's on the homepage. It takes you to a portal where you can give us information that goes beyond the questions that we're asking in the survey. This is the button that we created for our patrons who wanted to express concern about any curriculum or instruction. But of course, we would take any input about our strategic planning process through that portal as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer.
Well, thank you for all of those efforts. And I love the idea of getting a Sky Alert message. Well, I wanted to say to our superintendent, congratulations. He won the 5K. He's finishing a COVID marathon, and he just totally won the listening tour race as well. So 2 questions. One was, I did have a number of parents that were at the National Honor Society recognition at Corner Canyon the evening of Draper Park Middle School, and communicated that they were disappointed they couldn't be in 2 places at once. I have talked about all those other ways, emailing, communications, but just thought about if we would consider another face-to-face. I know some of those people I've talked to have not yet met you, which would be great, but something to consider.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to any of the above. I want to make sure before, the board goes into kind of deliberation of all of the input that everybody feels like they've been heard. So I'm not opposed to that.
Great. And then my other question, this is actually kind of for Nancy, but it's with strategic planning. The next steering committee is is slated for, it says Monday, but the date is September 29th.
It is Wednesday, and
It is Wednesday.
A couple months ago, somebody, I think it was Steve, might have pointed that
Okay.
out, and I sent a correction to everyone. So
Okay, I missed the
Yeah.
correction and I was looking at my calendar and I thought, oh no, I hope it's not Monday. So great. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in and reporting back to us. This is an interesting process. For 10 years now, I've been asking on the board to do a strategic plan. I worked with the Department of Human Services. We always had our strategic plan. We did one and we reviewed it constantly, almost every year. Because we need to know where we're going. I mean, we've got a good direction as our district. We've done that, but this is the first time we're sitting together and trying to tie everything together to know where we're going. We can tie administratively to know where we're going to be going. More than that, for the board to be able to set some priorities as where we're going and financially to tie those in. So it's sort of the cornerstone of what we've been trying to get. We need public input at this time, probably more than anything else. We also need something to unite us as pulling people together. And we just basically need an educational blueprint that we can point to and put on our website. So I think that's an important thing to be needed. We've had patrons comment on the vendor. I think this is going to be a problem we're going to run into as we're fighting also with current vendors. I would say probably most of the vendors out there, if you do, would have some kind of progressive lean. And so we're going to try to have to figure out as we move forward with different things, how we can't vet out everybody based upon what they do and their Facebook profiles and everything else, because they may hide that. But as we move forward with this strategic plan and other vendors that we use, because has not been traditionally the process. We look at what they give us to us. We go through the process and rate them, and we don't usually look where they're at politically and stuff. How can you assure, I guess, as we put the strategic plan together, that we don't have influences coming in? Is there some way administration can filter that or monitor that so that the plan that we're getting, at least now, sort of filters out what the concerns are?
Sure, Steve. I think the first thing we need to look at is the results that they produced. And Drew mentioned this in the last meeting, but I think it's important that we all look at districts and plans that they have created. They all reflect a different culture, a different process, and a different outcome in every one of those districts. If education elements were agenda driven in a way that we're steering districts one way or the other, in my mind, that would be reflected in those outputs.
Yeah, and we did look at those at the very beginning as we were doing the grading.
I think that's important to look at that. I also think this is a process of developing a strategic vision, not developing curriculum. We're talking about developing anchor points that really set the district, in motion. And I think, in fairness to the process, when the district was created, I don't know that this level of community engagement was part of, during that time.
We had a survey,
right?
But that was about it.
So when it comes to all of the diverse perspectives and all of the input that's brought into this, to me, I think that is very, that represents the public and our patrons in a way that's probably unprecedented. And just tonight, I mentioned 3 ways that we've been very intentional in engaging in that process. We have not been at all, in my opinion, narrow in our thinking. In fact, I think we've broadened that and encouraged and asked for, that input. And knowing this board the way I know you and you as public servants, that will be reflective in the process in what our community expects and wants in the end result.
Well, I think this document will be a very open document, so people will be able to see
It's
and
a
be able to
living
see if it
document.
is tainted or whatever. But I don't know, somehow this will be an issue as we go with any vendor right now in education. A lot of our vendors are pretty progressive. So how we may want to take a look in the process as how we deal with that. But we have some very good vendors that, you're right, they very conservatistic, very progressive. They're in it for the business, and they have different staff sometime on right and left hand side. So how do we deal with that? We may want to address, because I know that'll be an issue in the future. The board's concerned, the public's concerned, is how do we make sure that we're getting a non-biased opinion as to what we're doing? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Nybauer.
So just a couple. As we've been reviewing this, it's my understanding that we pretty well have, and I could be wrong, choices in the questions, choices in the survey, and choices in what we're looking at, right? And so even though they may be progressive, as Steve says, we've still had choices and we can monitor all those choices as we go. So as long as we're vigilant and we do our part, and we have parents who are always helping us do our part, then we should be able to manage this in the future also. Because like if we're only given 2 vendors, we that's what we're given, and we have to work with that. And so I think the board can manage that, and the cabinet can manage that to do what we need to do. My other statement goes back to SEL and second steps. Those are plugged into our schedules every day, correct? And so I'm guessing that we have a plan on what those students are going to do during that. Is it not in middle school, a 20-minute block?
Weekly. Yeah, my understanding is weekly. I don't know if we have.
So weekly or every? Oh, it's 1 day a week. It's not like a 20-minute study little thing. Okay. I was just checking to see what we were planning on doing to not mess up schedules for students in elementary. I mean, elementary, you can always fill in more reading and more math. How about more social studies? That would be awesome. More science. But the middle school and high school, I didn't know if that was going to mess schedules up. So I just wondered if we had a plan for that.
We are working on it as we speak.
Okay.
So
all right. Just making
that's where it's
Thanks.
Hey, Mrs. Nybauer and then Mrs. Oaks.
And one comment to your question, in the high schools, we have not yet implemented it. So that's nice because it won't be too big of an adjustment. A couple of thoughts that I had was in reaction to Mr. Wrigley's comments was in committee work today with the superintendent and Mont and Amanda. One thing that will help us as we are assessing our strategic planning and segregating the data and looking at everything is we do have another company, Sunlight Works, that we have hired as a consulting group. They're very committed to neutrality, and we're hoping that this will work in tandem with strategic planning, which is kind of a nice checks and balances given all of the things they put out in training as far as unbiased and neutral and that type of thing. So I look forward to digesting it with their help as well too. So that was my comment there.
Can I just comment on that too, Holly? Interestingly, you know, the lens or perspective on Ed Elements may be progressive. I would suggest likely the lens and perspective on Sunlight Works is very conservative. So people, you know, and again, I mean, it's the process and the results that we're utilizing their tools and their skill set for. It's not anything but that. So but that's how that's how it has shaken out, between the two. But it's interesting how they both have different dynamics.
Thank you. Mrs. Oak.
In answer to that, so I have a couple sisters that I get to hear from a lot who both graduated in the late 1990s from, they received a master's in organizational behavior from BYU. One sister has been an international consultant all over the world for probably the most well-respected MOB team globally. And the other one is now vice president at Intel. The only reason I bring that up is because the principles that I have seen with Ed Elements are very familiar to me after listening to them for the last couple decades discuss their work. It's about creating effective organizations that know how to create the change asked for by parents. If you really want to understand what Ed Elements is and what they're all about, read this. It's called The New School Rules, 6 Vital Practices for Thriving and Responsive Schools. It was written by Anthony Kim, who is the founder of Ed Elements. It gives you a really good understanding and perspective of where he's coming from I'm about 3/4 of the way through it. It's excellent. I don't see anything politically motivated one direction or the other. And to me, it represents amazing organizational practice, very familiar with what I've, looked at and been kind of a part of the sidelines on over the years. When I read it, I was extraordinarily excited. There are a lot of parents, and myself included, in past years where I felt like, is a district simply a reflection of who sits in administration? Is that what my kids' experience is? And so I'm with Steve from the very beginning. I've always wanted to be able to have a strategic plan that reflected what the wishes of the parents are for their children. This is the best shot we have at being able to do that. And I really do feel confident with Ed Element's capacity to create that option for us. I can appreciate the concerns that there might be a bias, but I'm telling you, when I read through the materials that they have prepared, I'm not seeing that. And we will make sure that we work very hard at reflecting what it is our parents are communicating with us from all sources of us putting our feelers out. So.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of thoughts to add as well. Not only are we gathering input from the community, but once we gather that input and the consultants help us to organize it and structure it, we will take that back out to the community for feedback. And so it's not like this is the community's only chance to be a part of the process, that there's still kind of this is like the first half, and then there'll be the second half. And there's still a lot of work to do and a lot of opportunity for the public. But also, and Superintendent, I really appreciate your vision in this and your recognition of the importance of it. And I appreciate our board members as well. But when the district was created, there was a tremendous amount of public input. It might not have been quite as organized or structured as this. And so I feel like that's one of the reasons Canyons District was created, was to be responsive and to engage with our public as one of our main tenants says. And so I think, you are correct, but I just want to remind our public that really that is one of the foundational pieces of Canyons District, is being responsive to the public. And then also just a thought, I came across a quote the other day that I just want to share. The quote, it's Alan Lakin is the person who the quote's attributed to, but planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it now. And I feel like that's really what we're all about in this process. And so anyway, any other comments? And so thank you for the work. Thank you for the report. And we will look forward to hearing an update at our next meeting on this.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Okay, next item is a fine arts update. And I will turn time over to Sherry Jorgensen, who is the teacher specialist over the arts in the district. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I want to just thank you, first of all, for this opportunity to give you this update for the arts in Canyons School District. And I want to set the stage, pun intended, by congratulating Mark Daniels, who's a theater teacher at Weber High School and was just named Utah's newest Teacher of the Year. In an article from the Salt Lake Tribune, Mr. Daniels said he loves to see the success in the eyes of his students as they find self-confidence, self-esteem, and self-worth that might have been buried. The performing arts are a brilliant and beautiful way to let every kid find their niche. His principal, Chris Ernest, said Daniels teaches his students skills related to communication, relationship building, endurance, humility, and teamwork, which help them become successful now and throughout life. And this is what I hope to see happen for all of our students in Canyons School District as a result of their involvement in the arts. We've had many recent successes, but also some setbacks and challenges. due to COVID and other instances. But again, I'm happy to be here to give you this update. I want to start by updating you on our Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program. As you know, the focus of that program is arts integration as opposed to only arts instruction. And to clarify some of the differences, I wanted to read a quote from the New Jersey Arts Integration Users Guide for Educators and Practitioners that was published in July of 2017. They state that arts learning is participatory and active and requires students to interact with content and materials using both their bodies and minds. This way of learning engages all students by offering them many ways to gain understanding and express their knowledge. Research has shown that the arts can engage students who are not typically reached through traditional teaching methods, including those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, reluctant learners, and those with learning disabilities. And that's from research conducted in 1999 and 2002. Then from a November 23rd, 2020 article published by the New Jersey Education Association, they said, what should be happening and what is actually happening are two different things due to logistics. Arts education is just as valuable to content area and special education teachers. By working together, we can integrate the arts into the curriculum and give our students a more robust experience. And that is part of BTS, is what they aim to accomplish. And so it's not taking away time in course subjects, but enhancing them. To this end, Canyons has created its own arts implementation guide to help schools identify areas of integration strengths and areas of improvement. And that has been introduced to principals as well as the arts specialists that they can go through and find where their strengths and weaknesses are. To date, we have 21 of our 29 elementaries and Jordan Valley, so 30 total, that have a Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Specialist. 4 of those specialists, there are 17 specialists total servicing the 21 schools. 4 of those specialists are full-time, 3 are 0.75 FTE, and 12 are half-time. Of those specialists, we have 9 visual art programs, 5 music, 3 theater, and 4 dance. We also, have instructional technicians that support the arts in our elementary schools. To date, we have 20 of those programs. So in total, we have 30 of our 30 schools have an art form in them. 10 of the schools have 2 or more out of the 30. So about 1/3 of our schools have more than one art form. We've implemented something a little different this year in terms of supporting these elementary programs, both our Beverly Taylor Sorensen specialists and our instructional technicians. And that is through the support of the Instructional Supports Department and the Artworks for Kids, which is the fundraising arm of the BTS program. They are supporting stipends for teachers that we've set up to create teams for all of our specialists. So we have 8 teams with team leads who are being paid stipends from those sources. And I've gotten really, really good feedback so far on how that's functioning and how much support they can have. Because each team leader basically services anywhere from 4 to 5 teachers. So they're able to give a lot more one-on-one time and a lot more specific guidance. And that's been really successful so far. In addition to that, we also are holding 3 professional developments for all of our elementary arts teachers. And we have 3 additional separate collaboration meetings by content. So performing arts teachers get together, visual art teachers, music is separate because we have several of them, and it's working very well. During those collaborations, they talk about different ways to integrate into the core subjects and share examples that have been really successful in their school. One of the examples shared most recently is Willow Springs visual arts specialist Mindy Vandegraff has been working with their school social worker for some SEL lessons. And they've been presented to our BTS teachers and ITs as well. And they've been very, very successful. The district is continuing to support extra hours for collaboration time and this integration with teachers where it's necessary, and that's been working well also. Those are kind of some updates on BTS, but I do want to take the chance to tell you some other exciting things that have been happening in the arts. First of all, we completed last spring an update of our visual art collection within the district. That was done with the support of the Utah Division of Museums, or Arts and Museums, through their resources. And so that update we've gone around to schools and visually inspected the artwork and made an accounting of that. They are also, thanks to the division, have prioritized some pieces for restoration and some repair that they will finance and take care of for us. So that's been really great news. The one thing we did not update is the appraisal, however, of the current value of things. So that would be another step if that needed to happen. I also want to thank the district and for their continued support for our fabulous theater warehouse. It's being utilized quite regularly, and we've opened that up to other schools outside of the district, and they are definitely taking advantage. We are in the second year of using our IT developed customized database for registrations for elementary orchestra. And that is helping so much in tracking payments and enrollment and providing data on involvement and retention and all of those things. Currently, as of this morning, we have 342 students registered for elementary orchestra this year. We have 8 teachers serving 17 schools. We just hired a new person who's just starting orchestra at one of those schools, so that enrollment should increase. And I'm hoping we can get close to 400. One of the most exciting things, because I've been wanting this for such a long time, is the district also was supportive of creating a customized database for us for inventory. And because it was customized, we were able to integrate our own district rental contracts. And so everything now is electronic, and it is saving the teachers so much time. As of this morning, we have rented to students within our district 678 instruments. Students. So that's 40% of our elementary orchestra students rent from the district an instrument. No surprise that some schools rent more instruments than others because of needs in the areas. Our largest middle school rental is from Midvale. They have 72 instruments out, and that is the majority of the kids that are taking band and orchestra. But thanks to the database, we can find all kinds of data. I'm so excited. I can't tell you how excited I am about it. Wish I could show it to you all. And I do want to tell you, though, that when I've shown it to my district arts coordinator colleagues, our inventory database and our theater warehouse are like the envy of everybody else in the state. We can also track repairs with this same database. That has actually saved some money in warranty items, because I can say now this very same repair was done 6 months ago, and we're at it again. So it will give us information on things like that, as well as the condition of our instruments and what has been repaired over and over and probably just needs to be replaced. So since we're such a data-driven district, it's just packed full of data. No more paper copies of rental contracts will help us keep track of instruments more. Inventory will no longer be lost if a teacher's computer crashes. Everything is on the server, and it's just fabulous. I can't tell you how fabulous it is. And the teachers have been raving about how fast and easy it is. Not everything I have to report tonight is good news, however. You have received a handout in board docs of some of the enrollment statistics for the last 3 years in secondary schools. It does not contain this year's enrollment yet. That will be compiled, and I'll add that to the report at some point. But you'll notice that the arts took a hit, especially with COVID, but that is not unique to our district. In speaking with my colleagues around the state, they had similar experiences as well. We have brainstormed many conversation about possibilities and what may have caused that. Some of those include things like we the performing arts were just not visible last year. Very few face-to-face events, if any. Some teachers got very creative and were still able to put on performances virtually and things like that, but it just didn't have the visibility that we normally have. And so a lot of people were not necessarily aware of what's going on in the programs. I feel fortunate that we were able to do that. There are several states. Some of you may or may not know, but I'm also the executive director for the Utah Music Educators Association. And so I meet with my counterparts in the other 50 states or the other 49 states monthly, virtually, and they have reported school districts and schools where music and performing arts teachers were reassigned to classrooms and did not have any arts at all. So I feel very fortunate that we were able to carry on to the extent that we were. We had several teachers that put together some great recruiting videos because we weren't able to go out and recruit like we normally would and showcase our programs. I am not sure of how much those were able to be viewed. I do want to thank the district, however, for keeping programs and teachers full-time during this unknown. And even with some smaller classes in some cases, I know, however, that can't continue indefinitely. And so we are working on some ideas to help us become more visible once again. You may notice on the enrollments, and it's been my experience, this is my 42nd year in public education, and it's been my experience that the younger the student, the more they tend to choose a class based on the teacher as opposed to the content. And the older we get, the more we take a course based on the content. And so that's made a big difference. The thing that's a little concerning about that, knowing that and realizing that in some of our programs, you can't start in high school. For example, you can start choir, you can start visual art, you can start dance and all of those, but you can't really start an instrument brand new in high school. It's almost too late in the game. It would be akin to deciding you wanted to be a professional basketball player your junior year of high school. It's probably not going to happen. It's not to say it's not impossible, but it's just probably not going to happen. So those feeder programs are critical to our high school programs. And so our teachers have expressed an interest in wanting to be able to collaborate together to do some vertical alignment and do some things together. And many of them have done that on their own time and on their own capabilities in terms of joint concerts and things like that. In light of some of the comments that I heard tonight concerning the social emotional learning and stuff, I wanted to just articulate that the arts are really a place, and the performing arts in particular are very similar to athletics in the fact that you really do create a family and a team. And in November of 2019, I actually attended a national conference for music educators. And the reason I wanted to go was because they had a two-day focused workshop on music and social emotional learning. It was presented by Scott Edgar, who is a professor at Lake Forest College in Chicago, where my nephew played quarterback for a few years. Go Lake Forest. Anyway, Dr. Edgar was recently named the Director of Practice and Research for the Center of Arts Education and Social Emotional Learning, and that took place just this past March. And I learned at that workshop that there's research that indicates that SEL learning is best achieved when it's integrated into content. And so the focus of this program was all about integrating that. And of course, I had to get the book, which is really, really good. And anyway, one of the comments from the foreword of this book is from Dr. Tim Lautzenheiser, who I've also had the privilege of working with personally over the years. And he says, do we use our students to make music, or do we use music to make our students? And I think most of the master teacher will tell you the answer to that question is yes. He says, harmony, balance, and blend apply to far more than the notes on the page, but rather the mind, heart, and soul, generating the living of art and the art of living. So that's my update for you and my report, and I'm happy to field any questions that you might have.
Okay, I think there are a few comments and questions for you. We'll start with Mr. Milliberg.
Thank you. You know, we've had quite a bit of discussion tonight surrounding SEL, and you brought up socioeconomic differences between students, and that music or the arts would be a good place. You know, SEL, they create, it's a family. Socioeconomic, you said that this is an equalizer for the kids. Concern I have is I look at the numbers of total arts on the, and I look at Midvale Middle School, 686. I look at Eastmont, 628. Most of our other middle schools are up in the right at or over 1,000 students. I look specifically at Midvale and say that is one of our most socioeconomically challenged areas of the district. It is also the home of of 4 of our 5 Title I schools. Is there a reason that we're not getting the kids there to participate? You talk about instrument rental. Do we have situations where an instrument scholarship might be more appropriate? What can we do to increase that in an area like that?
Sure. First of all, if a student is on, a secondary student is taking a music class and they're on fee waiver or qualify for fee waiver, the instrument rental fee is waived. We're still providing that instrument. It's still considered a rental for my data purposes. There's just no revenue coming in from that. And so
kind of the heart of my question is dropping from secondary down to elementary. I don't see the numbers there, but I'm just wondering if we're not priming the pump or loading up the pipeline early enough.
Sure. Midvale Elementary is actually our school that has 3 art forms currently in their Brain Booster rotation. They do music, theater, and visual art. They have a Beverly Taylor's art specialist in theater who is outstanding. Because of the size of their school, they have a 0.75 BTS specialist. So she has time to really work that program. I've had several conversations with the principal at Midvale Middle School concerning enrollment in the arts there. And she indicates to me that there's several issues that could be involved. One of those could be that there are a lot of students requiring some remediation and extra supports in core classes to catch them up. Therefore, they may not have as many options in their schedule. Scheduling itself in creating a master schedule so that the things that students have requested are actually available to them is problematic there, according to her, because of trying to incorporate their MYP requirements and programs as well. And so it has created a little bit of a disadvantage for some of the students there. As far as individually, I mean, those are just things that I can speculate on based on our conversations, but I've never asked students in particular, how come you're not taking an arts class? They do offer all 4 art forms at Midvale as an elective course. So there's dance, theater, visual art, and music classes.
How are the other 3 elementary schools with Mid-Valley? I guess Mid-Valley feeds Union, which is doing a little better. You've got East Midvale, and you also have Copperview. I don't know what kind of program Copperview would have.
Copperview has a music instructional technician, but they are not a BTS school. They were several years ago, and they dropped that program due to some other reasons. And the BTS funds are limited, they come from our legislature, and there's not been money to add schools back in. Copperview wanted to add back in the spring of 2020, and we were all set to add them to our application. And then COVID hit, and it put kind of a freeze on adding new schools because it really shifted monies from the legislature, and it shifted. Their priority at BTS became sustaining the schools we already had. And so we haven't been able to add additional schools, although Copperview would really like to. Mid-Valley does have a BTS specialist. They are music specialists. They're doing an excellent job there. East Midvale has a BTS specialist in visual art, and they're doing an excellent job as well. I hope that addresses some of your questions, concerns.
Would be Midvale and Copperview,
Mhm.
because they're the ones that feed. Midvale
Correct.
Middle.
Part of the issue that we have too, as I mentioned, the teacher obviously makes a big difference in any content. It doesn't matter what the content is. And in our instructional technicians, we have a lot higher turnover than we do in our BTS teachers. Because them being certified teachers, they stick around, they stay, they build their, and really support the students. And not to say that our instructional technicians do not. We have some excellent ones, but they tend to turn over easier than our BTS teachers do.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill, then Mrs. Oakes, and Mrs. Nybauer, and then Mrs. Arnold, and then Mr. Wrigley. All right, you guys remember that order because I'm not sure I can.
We can just go down the line. We can just go
Wow.
down the line.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, I just want to tell you thank you so much for this report. And I just really appreciate every year you come and there's always something new added. And I really love the idea of the teams and the team leads and the collaboration that's happening, because I think that's really important. We have seen that in other areas. So I really appreciate that. And I'm also glad to hear about the IT and the data stuff that's helping teachers to streamline processes. So thank you. And thank you to the district for helping out with that. So thank you, Sherry.
You bet. Thank you, Mrs. Oakes, and then Mrs. Nybauer.
The timing on this is really interesting in light of the week that Jeff referenced about it being Arts Education Week. And it so happens that the National School Board Association, their October edition is all about the arts in schools and particularly addresses how much potential the arts have in being able to meet social and emotional learning needs and also to close the equity gap. There's a lot of research that's starting to back this up, that kids that are under the poverty line, that have disabilities, that have other disadvantages, it's almost like there is no equity gap when they're really highly involved in the arts and they score higher than their peers that don't have them. I also have been thinking about the meeting that happened a few years ago in 2017, January 2017, where there were so many patrons that poured out. In fact, I went and looked up the record today, 59 people got up to speak. And it was related to arts, and student after student after student got up and talked about how important it was to them that the arts were prioritized in this district. I also think about the fact that the arts are part of the Utah Common Core standards, and they're also a priority that the U.S. Congress has established when they went back and recognized that there's a narrowing of curriculum with the No Child Left Behind Act. And so with the Every Child Achieves Act, they made sure that music and arts were listed as a core subject area. So when I think of all of those different factors, and then I look at the enrollment numbers and how much we've lost enrollment numbers in different areas, particularly it looks like in the middle schools in particular, I'm very concerned. I know in our arts consortium, we've talked at length about the idea of putting out a survey to parents and students to get a better understanding of why they are or not taking arts. And I'm curious about where that's fallen, like what we can do about it. I know we found a survey initially from the UK that had some started questions. Can you maybe provide some more information on that?
So we did look at that as an arts consortium. I believe Mrs. Tingy and of course yourself were there. And we did look at that survey. I did pass that survey along to our program evaluation experts, just as a starting point, to get their take on it and some ideas and questions. And of course, with any survey, when you just find it somewhere, there's going to be some things that need to be adjusted and tweaked for our particular needs. And They were willing to help with that if we need to. In speaking further about this possible survey, it was suggested to me that maybe we roll that survey in as part of some of the surveys we're doing in terms of strategic planning. I do think a survey like that, and if I recall the conversation from our Arts Consortium meeting, it probably would provide for us the kind of data that Mr. Millerberg is asking for, which is what's going on there that's kind of holding kids back. And I can hear stories and we can have conversations, but without really asking the questions, they're just kind of our own intuition and speculation. So I'm planning to discuss some possibilities of that. We have an Arts Consortium meeting next week, and we'll be discussing that a little bit further and kind of getting some feedback and ideas. But again, I didn't follow through on that because of maybe dovetailing that in with the strategic plan things.
I know personally, I would love to see a survey done. I feel like it's critically important. The public has spoken out about the needs for the arts as being a priority. And then when we see falling numbers, we need to understand what's happening. I really appreciate the follow-up information about efforts from the arts teachers to collaborate and team. I know that this district believes very strongly in the importance of teaming for teachers. And that has really been a consistent issue that these teachers in the Arts Consortium and other areas have told us again and again and again that they lack that. And especially without a consistent high school schedule, that makes it especially difficult. And even just to be able to go and observe what another teacher's doing and to learn from another teacher, that's not available to them in the same way that the other core content areas are. I know that they've talked about how difficult it is as an arts teacher to have so many prep periods. Prep periods are something every teacher talks about, but when you're a band or orchestra teacher and you have different repertoire for multiple performing groups, being able to prep for all of that is really difficult. I mean, it's a different approach to teaching that I think most people might not appreciate. I'm curious, in light of some of the unique challenges, how many people do we have on staff that are available to really evaluate or train our arts teachers effectively to make sure that they are performing at the best of their ability?
Well, currently in our elementary program, we've identified those 8 people who we get together they get together with me as a team leads, and we have meetings quarterly to kind of update on what's going on and where can we best support and, what are the needs of some of our teachers. As far as in the secondary, other than if we decide to identify some team leaders who can help support, it kind of boils down to me. There's 143 arts teachers, K-12 in our district, and I'm responsible for them. And I take my job very seriously. And of course, I'm going to prioritize the ones that I feel like have the most needs and the most support. And we have some excellent teachers, though, as you know, that go way above and beyond. And you talked about the preps and the timing. I know because I was one of those. My first 5 years of teaching, I taught elementary band, middle school band, high school band, and high school choir. And we did 30 choir performances in the month of December alone. And so the time that it takes to be a performing arts teacher and all the different preparations that you have, and amongst all of that, I've taught middle school and high school theater and plays and rehearsals, and it's your life. I can sympathize with the kids that were sitting up here from Alta because I've been that high school band teacher. And as the district arts coordinator, I can tell you that damaged cellos are the bane of my existence. We have several go down a year because they're very fragile and kids don't realize how fragile they are, And I think there's a song with a line like that. But like I say, my plan is I'm prioritizing where the needs are. We do have some excellent teachers who could probably help function in those team leads as secondary, But then it compounds the problem because they can't get away. Not only can they not get away, they don't want to get away because you can't find a substitute who can carry on the way you can. Even if you're a music teacher and you have someone who plays the piano so they understand music, it doesn't matter. It's just, they don't, so I'm just doing my best to help where I can, as always. And my department has been very supportive and flexible for me in terms of things like that. And our elementary, like I say, they're helping support this elementary teaming thing that's working very well. But those teachers who are my team leads are not full-time teachers. So they have a little more flexibility in their schedule. So they're being paid in addition to be those leads. Where secondary, that's not the same situation. So it's a little more problematic. I would love the opportunity to have more professional development with our secondary arts teachers. Again, the idea of substitutes and pulling them out of class for that is not something they relish. And sometimes professional development money, depending on what grant it comes from, is not available to arts as a content as it is to some of the other contents. So there's some kind of barriers that hold us back a little bit.
Okay, that's like,
does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's a subject for discussion about grant writing. That'll be tabled for another time. But so just so I'm clear, we have 143 arts instructors, and you're the person to oversee the quality content.
Well, every school does have their instructional coaches, and our department, instructional supports department, has restructured a little bit this year to where there's more focus on there's content specialists, there's people that run programs, like Avid, for example, or things like that, or things that are systems programs such as SALTA and things like that. So we're focusing more on content, and I'm a content specialist. And so the short answer to your question is yes, it's me.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
With the help of the instructional coaches at the schools.
No, that's a lot.
But I'm the content person.
You're also overseeing like our whole costume rental program and like.
We do have a person
There's
that
a lot.
manages our warehouse. There is a lot, but we all have a lot and we all get that. We have at least, let's see, I'm trying to remember, 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 5 of our instructional coaches are former arts teachers, which is helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. This was a great presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Neibauer and then Mrs. Arnold.
Thank you.
Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you for being here, Sherry. I'm grateful that Miss Oakes brought our memories back to the 2017 meeting. Actually, myself and she were sitting in those seats down there as parents in that meeting. This is a item that's important to me as well as many others. So right now I spend all my spare time cheering on my boys that play lacrosse, swim team, football, basketball, and soccer. I haven't really won out on the piano and guitar lessons, but 24 years ago, I stepped into a classroom as a drama teacher, and I got double endorsement so I could do English and drama. And I just want to address a few hypotheses I have. First off, we had, and I would love to see the statistics of before 2017, because something that happened in 2017 is a lot of our middle schools changed their schedules. So when we went from a 7-period day to a 6-period day, and Mont, to your question, Midvale is one of those DLI feeders because Midvale Elementary does the Spanish dual immersion. So all of your kids at Midvale have 6 periods, the forecourt and the language. And if any of the boys over there are like my boys, they're going to pick PE every time over art or drama or debate. So I would love to get back and see just what the statistics are before 2017, because the other problem with that is if we have a teacher who isn't endorsed in more than one thing and they're only endorsed in an elective and their enrollment is down, they are no longer a full-time teacher, they're a part-time teacher. So then what happens is we can't retain talent. So the most talented teachers go to a full-time salary, as you well know. And then what happens is the department suffers and the program suffers. And so what I would suggest is a big reason why enrollment is down is simply because students don't have enough time in their schedule to decide to explore these other areas. And in so doing, it makes it difficult for us to retain talent if we're looking for people that are wanting full-time salary and benefits. So you mentioned not all of our schools take advantage of the Beverly Taylor Sorensen. Which are the ones that don't? And it's probably a long list. So maybe you can come back with that. But in closing, I just wanted to say, I do know that the arts department helps kids who need a place to find one. And there is a lot of good we can do with mental health and social health and emotional health by bolstering these programs. And I'm really excited that you're here tonight.
Well, thank you. And I do have those enrollment figures you're asking about between 2015 and when we made that schedule change. I believe when I compiled those off to the side, there was a column that showed the percentage of increase or decrease. And I can pull those out and provide those again if that's something
great
that you want.
And also the schools that aren't doing the Beverly Sorensen.
We have 21 of our 30 who are, and I can probably name off the top of my head the ones who are not. If I had an alphabetical list in front of me, that would be easier. But Bellevue is not, but Bellevue won't exist after this school year, and they're combining with Edgemont, and Edgemont does have a BTS specialist, so that kind of makes that a wash for next year. And actually makes it a little easier because if they each had one, it would make it tough to work that out. We were able to reinstate Bella Vista. Bella Vista did not have a BTS specialist last year, but they have had in the past, and they do again this year. They are not considered a new school in terms of BTS because they were approved for a BTS school continuing when COVID hit, and it wasn't until the week before school started that the BTS specialist decided not to teach because of COVID. And so we were able to retain them, so to speak. So they are, Copperview is one that is not a BTS school. Willow Canyon is not. Anyway, I can give you a list.
The list, that'd be great.
Yes. Oak Hollow is not.
That's what I thought. In closing, I just wanted to share a little comment that my fourth grader made. So I do get my boys around to some main stage productions. And at Willow Springs, their computer teacher is no longer there. And my son came home all excited and said, guess what I get to do instead of computers? I get to do music. And this makes so much more sense because I'm on computers all the time and I don't need to learn about computers, but it's really fun learning about music.
Yeah, Willow Springs has music instructional technicians this year, as well as their fabulous BTS visual art teacher.
Visual art. Yep.
Yeah.
So
she's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold, then Mr. Wrigley.
So I wanted to double back about Mont's question too. So, and not really just a conversation a little bit with Mont, because I know how much he loves his schools in his area. But if you're an ELL student in that school, then you have to go to an ELL class and you don't get to go to music or drama or dance or anything, even if there's those choices. If you're low in reading, you get to have 2 reading classes. It takes to be elective. You don't get to go to those art classes. If you are low in math, you get to go to a remedial math class, which means your elective is gone one more time. And this has been a big thing with me in the past, because when you think about the arts and just music itself, there's fluency in singing, there's vocabulary in singing. There is singing they could do in history and science. There are some pretty clever songs out there, and kids who could write clever songs in their history class and their science class. And they would be able to, integrate that into there. And I think that back to the 6 credit thingy, I know that we made policy that the schools could get to choose what they wanted to do. But in the same token, you can see the effect on this particular school and all those kids. Like even if they had one more elective, they at least would be able to choose another art elective or some kind of elective, or maybe those classes that are the remedial classes need to be music classes that they go to, or they go to learning an instrument, because guess what? Math is integrated in that instrument and they can learn math principles. And so as an elementary teacher, I always, whenever I plan my lessons for even science, I included to make sure I had a couple of songs, some kind of little bit of drama in there, and some kind of dance for my ADHD kids who couldn't sit still. And I still say to my teachers as a coach, where is your song that you could be doing with phonics? You know, like we have 90 minutes of phonics. Oh my gosh, they sit there and repeat and repeat and repeat the same thing over and get the same lesson over for 90 minutes. Well, we could have sang a song with that. We could have done a dance with that. Those boys, they could have done a jump rope with that. I mean, like, I think we just get locked in this box sometimes and with the program and not with all the strategies. And I think BTS is part of that really important part that they go around with the teachers and they say, okay, what units are you teaching in science? Let's see what we can integrate with art. Let's see what we can integrate with math. My best science classes was when we had a BTS who came and danced, and she taught those kids to dance the weather. She taught those kids to dance the clouds. She taught those kids how to dance the rock cycle. I'll tell you what, my scores were the best scores that year. And she's from BYU and she now teaches at BYU and in that kind of curriculum area for teachers who are going to become teachers. So I don't know where we go. I don't know what we say, but I just think that's where kids feel, like we said, feel at home, can get out some of their emotions in drawing and dancing and music. And it's always been one of my little things too about how do we integrate those in, because we need to do that more. So thank you also for your sleepless lifetime, because I am sure since you started teaching that you live on 2 hours of sleep at night when you have 143 people you're looking at and all those programs. I don't know how you do it.
Only my doctor knows for sure.
But I'm pretty sure it's a lot of caffeinated somethings and 2 hours of sleep. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just want to reiterate that the BTS program is about arts integration. It's a way of learning through the arts. So you're not necessarily up there teaching names of notes or teaching how to draw perspective. You're teaching kids through the arts. And my own 5th grade granddaughter at Altera, who they have a male dance BTS specialist this year. And I can't tell you how thrilled they are at Altera. And my own granddaughter had to come and show me how the planets orbit, how the planets move, and showed me her dance. So it was great.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
I am grateful, Mrs. Tingey, that you left the most profound comments until last. I appreciate that. And questions. So thank you. So a couple of questions. First off, COVID's affected almost every dang thing in our life. I was not aware that it also affected music and arts. Probably should have thought about that, but I haven't. So it's sort of saddened to see that. In the numbers that we've gone down, and I was looking at the elementary and the middle school and the high school, do we know by grade how much that affected? I mean, if it's affected the 8th graders, it's one thing. If it affected the 6th graders more, then we're gonna have some real ripples going in. What are you seeing as far as the trends is it even throughout everything, or are we seeing some of the younger kids just saying, I'm not going to come in because of COVID?
That's a really good question. And I did not break the data down by grade in order for me to do that, because all of our arts classes are mixed grades pretty much. Yeah. So I'd have to look at kids individually to determine that particular data point. At least that's how my lack of technology brain is thinking that might have to go. I do know that Albion kind of has a unique situation with their 6th graders coming in, which they're all required to take what's called the arts wheel. So they either take band or orchestra, which is a full year class, or they take this arts wheel. And in the arts wheel, they do a certain amount of time in a general music class and a certain amount of time in a visual art class and a certain amount of time in dance, and et cetera. And that gives kids an opportunity to kind of try a few things. And several people have asked questions in the past about why can't we do like an introductory type of thing like that. I'm not necessarily opposed to those. You can't include instrumental music in a class such as that because we don't have enough instruments to supply them for everybody. And you really wouldn't learn enough. It's kind of like taking 5 weeks of a foreign language and realizing that, okay, that was hard. I'm not interested in doing that anymore. Do you know? And so for some areas, it works really well because it gives the kids a taste. And for some, such as instrumental music, not so much. Yeah. But that is one thing that is, I believe, helping the arts enrollment at Albion to be a little more consistent.
Yeah, and I suspect probably, I see in our elementaries, we have a lot of string, but not much wind or.
No, we are not doing band.
There's no band in there, which makes a real issue because they're not already on that track to go into middle school unless you choose a different instrument like my son did. 6-period class, we've been going back and forth on that. I'm not a proponent of that, never been that, but I do allow school choice. Are we seeing any difference in that between, I was looking at the numbers, assuming the 7th period and 6th period, and we're not really seeing too much difference, but I know Eastmont's got an issue because we don't have any kids going there. Right. But what are you seeing? Is that making any difference or not?
That is some data that we can collect based on Mrs. Nybauer's request, because I do have data from before we were the 6th and then during the 6th and then after some of the schools switched back to 7th. And that is something we could take a look at and see what happened during that. Remember too, that she's exactly right. The teacher makes a big difference in any content. I just want to reiterate that. And we have some rock star teachers, but certainly not all of our arts teachers are rock stars.
You see that in numbers going from one to the next. The program goes down, program goes way up, programs goes back again. You're going, what that may be.
Well, and it depends on the situation when a new teacher came in. Obviously, we have a brand new choir well, she's not brand new, she has teaching experience, choir teacher at Draper Park Middle School. I've met with her for several hours on multiple occasions. In my mind, I think she's going to do a really good job, but I was one of those teachers who replaced a very popular teacher who was actually fired. And it was a very difficult first year in doing that. It's like replacing a coach. And, it just takes so long to adjust and adapt because the students want who they want, and it has nothing to do with the person in front of them now. And so there's sometimes situations like that where things will drop off a little bit because their teacher left and then they realize they've got a great new one and it picks back up again. But, I'm trying to work on those situations as much as I can and offer support.
So I appreciate that. I guess the last question I asked, and then I have one statement, is just what can we do as a board to support you? I mean, we're really for the arts. And so as you think about that, and I don't know if you could be presenting back to us again in the future. You said
I would love to come back again at some point in time and do any kind of follow-up and pull that additional data. As far as what can you do to support, I think since we are such a data-driven district, if we want to know why things are dropping off, we really got to ask the questions to the right people.
Appreciate that. I mean, the last statement. I've had the opportunity to observe you and all you've done for several years now. Each year, I'm more and more impressed what you do and the legacy that you've left. We have some fantastic teachers in the district. I don't think there's any better profession than teaching as far as leaving a legacy and affecting the people. And I really think, we're to use a music analogy, that this is your Mr. Holland's opus, I guess, as you say, as you, yes, you can go. But, as you look at your career here with the district and what you've been leaving in the systems you've been doing, this is definitely a great legacy and an unwritten opus. Might be, who knows what you wanted to do in your life, and you ended up making many impacts here in our district. And thank you.
Thank you. And since you brought up Mr. Holland's Opus, I was actually at a pre-release screening of that movie with a bunch of music educators, and the producers from Miramax came out and spoke with us after and asked for feedback on what we thought. And I remember very distinctly someone telling the producer, they're holding the violin on the wrong shoulder in the opening scenes. And so, of course, they fixed that before the movie was released.
I thought you were going to tell me it could have been Mrs. Holland's Opus.
So anyway.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
Just as a follow-up, thank you for fixing that. That's one of my pet peeves when I watch films and they put in fake musicians so you can tell they don't know what they're doing. I'm curious as to, and follow up to the BTS and arts integration piece. I know there's some elementary schools that are really great at pushing into the classrooms and integrating core content, but it's not consistent. I'm curious about what's being done in order to make sure that is consistent across the board. If there's some sort of reporting mechanism on that, is it just optional for the BTS teachers or how that's working?
That's a good question. And there's several things that, first of all, the schools themselves, the principals are sent from the BTS grant assurances that they fill out at the end of every school year that says, here's how we're doing on this, here's how we're doing on different categories. And obviously a big part of that is the integration and how often they're able to push into classrooms out, at least in our situation, outside of brain boosters, because every district kind of has the reins to do it with what fits best for them. And so that's some data that I can certainly get and to see how the principals responded to that. It would be interesting to know how the principals responded versus how the specialists responded. They may match, they may not, I don't know. Some of the things we're doing to kind of support our schools is trying to let our principals, especially our newer principals who are not as familiar with the BTS program, to just better educate them on the possibilities. The principal at Willow Springs and at Lone Peak did a great presentation to elementary principals last spring about some of the great things their specialists were doing, because they have they both have just top-notch people. And I think that did catch the ear of a few principals that are kind of seeing some possibilities, because you don't know what you don't know. And so the more we can show what's happening, the more we can showcase that. Part of our elementary arts committee with the district that we started last year commitment, and part of our new teams in elementary is to be a little more visible in terms of newsletters and things that's going out, and so that principals can see what's happening. And I'm hoping that success, just like in any content, this success gets people curious about what you did, and it just will kind of build exponentially.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed on the BTS website, there's featured lesson plans. For instance, Mont, you would appreciate this, that they can teach fifth graders the branches of government by doing choreography and dance. I mean, there's all sorts of different possibilities. I'm just curious of how much the principals are being exposed to that, how open they are to it, whether or not there's a real encouragement from the district in making sure that they're utilizing that as a resource, or if it's just really kind of an optional only sort of the thing. And I really appreciate what you said with regard to a survey. I really do think that needs to be done. And I would submit to my fellow board members, after reading that article, NSBA's journal, there is a district of 67,000 students in North Houston where over 90% of them are low SES, and they have unbelievable opportunities and success with the performing arts. We can do better. I really feel like we can. So.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I just wanted to point out at Albion, they don't offer a drama class, but they do, the last many years, they do put on a school musical that does give a couple hundred students opportunity to participate in that. Correct. And have that experience and reap some of the same benefits of, like you said, being on a team and being exposed to different performing arts.
Absolutely.
And so that's not reflected in the number here is
Correct,
but-
because these are just
Right, they're
classes that are
classes
offered during the day.
Right. And
If-
I just wanted to point that out, and
Sure.
not in a criticism type way, but just to say that I think there are things going on outside of the classes. And yes, the classes are important and critical as well. And to that point, some of the questions were about finding additional resources to give teachers more hours, or maybe help support teachers prep periods and things like that. And I just would like to remind, and hopefully principals and school committee councils are aware that the TSSP funds can be used along those lines if it helps promote school goals and their local school priorities. And then thank you for being willing to gather up that historical data. I think that would be good, because I think we can all say COVID hopefully is an anomaly year, and we can hopefully bounce back to some of that participation. And so maybe even a few years, even
sure,
before 2017, just so we can look at some real trend lines. And I just want to echo all the appreciation to you for all you're doing. You are amazing. It's just incredible what you can do, and how you're just everything to everyone when it comes to arts in our district. And I know you have a team that you work with as well. So please extend our appreciation to them as well. And can we look forward to another report in a few months?
Absolutely. I wanted to mention just briefly, if I can, that we had our state district arts coordinators meeting with our state liaison on last Monday, and not yesterday, but the week before. And we went over in depth the portrait of a graduate that has been developed, and some of the language and some of the columns there are basically just come right out of our arts course standards. So we can absolutely support a lot of the skills and things that are represented in that portrait of a graduate. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll look forward to having you back in a few months.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes the items on our business portion of the agenda. And now we'll have staff comments, Superintendent Robbins, and then Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President. Just want to tell everybody that participated tonight, thank you for all of their efforts and great work. And I want to apologize for my bonehead comment about community engagement and the start of the district. I wasn't around, so how am I qualified to make such a stupid comment? So I'm sorry to everybody that I insulted with that comment, but I really appreciate everyone's efforts, and so thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And we really appreciate you and your leadership. We really do. And I'll just make a comment how well you fit into our Canyons District community. And you are one of us, and we're grateful for that. Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President Tingy. A couple things. First off, I tell way better jokes than a lawyer. So also want to acknowledge Ryan, our risk manager. He's been with us he's been with us several years, but been in the risk management position for about the last 5 or 6 months. Been doing a fantastic job working with our principals and getting some new initiatives going. So thank you to Ryan. Many of you know him because he's worked in facilities over several projects over the last several years. So thanks for Ryan for all he's done. I want to thank Sherry. It looks like she walked out. My son, 4th grader, he is one of the 342 orchestra students in elementary school. And we are learning how delicate cellos are, because that's what he plays. That's very true. I want to just take a brief minute, if I could, update you on our projects. We have been
we updated you back in August, July, of course, had the ribbon cutting, school started, but want to give you a quick update where we are now. You heard Sebastian here. He did a great job. Big thanks to all his team doing, especially in this unique time with the unreal labor shortage that we're just dealing with. But on our kitchens, and I'm just going to hit the high schools. I'll just go in alphabetical order if that's okay. I'm going to start with Alta. In the gym, we of course replaced the gym floor. One of the things we had was humidity in the wood. We were afraid if we nailed it down, it would crack. So we had to bring in a large humidifier, pull out all the moisture in the air. Finally got that low enough levels. So they've started to put down the floor. They started about 3 weeks ago. Last week, they had just over half. So we're aiming by the time they sand it and varnish it, finish it, we're still looking at the start of the basketball season, about November 1st to have that done. And then working on in the kitchen there, we're also dealing with, supply chain issues on the equipment. But again, we're looking at November 1st to have that done. That would be the end of the Alta project. Moving on to both Brighton and Hillcrest, I'll just update the kitchens because they're in the same time frame for both. We're looking to have the kitchens done the week of October 11th. That's fall break. That week we'll have, of course, school in 3 days that week. We'll have our staff in training and using the equipment, getting used to it and working with it. And then coming back from fall break on October 18th, we are planning to serve lunch at both those schools. We're feeling a little bit better about Hillcrest and Brighton right now in that regard, just to be honest. But I think Hillcrest will make it. Brighton will be pushed. But we do feel good about, where we're at there. Again, we're just having all kinds of, our contractors are having the same labor issues we're having too. Also keeping with Brighton about that same time or the next week, that'd be October 25th, we should have the media center done. And that third level, which is the presentation or their equivalent of a tech atrium there. And then the parking lot, we're looking at somewhere in that November between Halloween and Thanksgiving done to have that completed. So then we'll be doing punch list items. And then we may have to come back, do some landscaping in the spring there. So there's where we're at with Brighton. Hopefully by the time we come back from our winter break, just a few workers on site doing some minor touch-up things there is our whole. Moving on to Hillcrest, the auditorium. One of the issues we've had is the seats. We've got about half the seats here. The other half are in a Connex on a ship just outside of LA trying to get unloaded. Fortunately, the ship is above water, so we're looking for that. We've been told today that the ship will be unloaded this week. We do have ground transportation to get them here. So we're looking to have all the seats installed and pretty much the auditorium completed by that week of fall break. So coming back on October 18th, again, we'll have the fire inspection, has to go through a fire inspection. And then also we'll do training, lots of technical equipment inside that auditorium to get that up, so all the teachers and instructors know how to work that, have that going. Hopefully that week of the following week, which is October 25th, they'll be in their full bore. Right now, they have scheduled their fall play. Hillcrest is always huge on their musicals, right? We all know that. Still scheduled for us to kick off Friday, November 19th. So we're going to try to keep that date there, okay? Hope everybody can make it because that auditorium is going to be something special to see. Just to finish up, the parking lots, we're still pushing that to get some of that in before the winter. We should have the parent drop off. We feel much better about, on the Converse side, we feel much better about getting the Brighton parking lot in before the Hillcrest one. They're just because the buildings came down at a different time. Also keep in mind, then we'll be transitioning in the springtime to the ball fields, softball, baseball, and soccer, tennis courts from pretty much March until through next summer, should be done by the end of August. That being said, they will not be able to play on those. We don't allow anyone to play on those for the first few months. So they really won't have their first baseball season, softball season. We won't be until the 23 year. We'll still use the county fields, which we've been using the last few years, which has worked out for us. And same with East Midville on the soccer. So there's where we're at with that. One last thing, I really want to thank the Alta students that came in here, Sarah, Tyler, Eli, and Alex. As noted, Mrs. Oates, Brian, Principal McGill, and myself, we met with them. Very productive meeting. Obviously, we need to do some more work there on the band room and getting storage space and everything like that. So we'll come up with some ideas over the next little while and make sure we include these students. But again, appreciate them coming in and also meeting with us last week. So I've taken enough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. Mrs. Arnold?
So I just want to reach out to all the parents and the teachers and the administration and the late night custodians who are going to be there for parent conferences, and thank them for being there for the parents and also being there for the students so that they can continue to grow, make progress to their success in life. I also want to say to all those who have gone to the SEC training, thanks for going to the training, and thanks to the people who are learning, the parents who are learning, and also the trainers, because I did go to our Canyon School District training and it was pretty amazing. And I learned a lot more than I knew before, which is why we go, right? And to remember things. I guess I just really realized this last week, and of course I'm getting emotional when I shouldn't be. We're running into a lot of COVID fatigue. I think that's what I want to call it. And teachers and administrators, as well as the cabinet, as well as the board, are really pretty tired, and we're trying to still solve situations. But I want to reach out and say that if you feel really, really tired and you just really feel like you really need some help, you need to talk to your administrators and talk to the appropriate people. I still feel like it's a little bit of a post-traumatic stress syndrome, although I don't understand. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but it's similar. So I just want to reach out there, and it could even be parents, could even be kids, and just let us be aware and that we get them to the right and appropriate people that they might need. I also want to talk about the TikTok challenge about messing up schools. I really need parents to, and I'm pretty sure the whole board does. We need parents to talk to children about how much that really, really costs and how much damage it creates and how much we're trying to put our money into the new things, like even just this new band room to remodel it and everything. Instead of trying to put up one wall in a bathroom that may cost $150 to $200 because somebody scratches a word in there and then wants to take a picture of it and send it out on TikTok. We really, really need to do, I guess, some more communication with our own students and with our own children about what that should not look like and how we need to be responsible for all those things that, like, if you take care of what you have, it lasts a really long time. So I just want to reach out to parents and ask them to please talk to their children and help us out with that situation.
Thank you. Mrs. Neibauer.
First, I want to thank Clarine for her perspective. I'm sorry, I know you don't like public praise, but this is a pretty priceless opportunity. We have to have a teacher also serving on our school board in that perspective. So just really appreciate that. Speaking of the TikTok challenge, this past week I was able to attend Draper Park Middle School's parent night, where Tanner Clark came and spoke to parents about cell phones and how to help teens manage their cell phone usage. It was so valuable. And I picked up Carpool. Of course, the next day he talked to the students, and I picked up Carpool, and my 12-year-old son, George, gets in the car and says, "We just had a really cool assembly." And you know what? He was talking about people on cell phones, and that bugs me too, how much people. So I thought, and then he went off to tell me all these things. And I thought he must have done a great job delivering his message to kids, for my son to come in and start talking about it unsolicited. So I really appreciate those efforts. And I do think, just like with the incidents with the bathrooms, there is such a strong tie between social and emotional health with our kids and cell phone usage. And so I would love to see, as our district has this golden opportunity to develop our own social emotional learning curriculum, how we can help our kids navigate that, and to remember it's a tool and the tool does not rule them, that they get to choose. The other thing I wanted to mention was I would love for us as a district, I know there was an incident with some very unsportsmanlike and uncivil comments between some football players and or fans. And I just thought it may be a good time to revisit the importance of good sportsmanship, and just how important it is to be respectful and for fans. And I do know that there's been some issues with some benches breaking at Corner Canyon. And I know it's our really enthusiastic student body that just love their team and are cheering, but it may be good just to revisit that for everyone. The past 2 weeks have been, I don't know a better way to describe it, but fairly insane, with the amount of school events to go to, district responsibilities, and listening to parents. At one point, my husband said, I don't think you signed up for this. This is so much time. And I said, but I did. And as long as a parent wants to talk, then I want to listen. And I'm just so very grateful. Just wanted to reiterate again how grateful I am for the parent support and involvement we have in our district. Thank you. Thank you so much. I also wanted to thank the students. I can't forget their names because 3 of them are my children's names. Alex, well, I have a tie, but Tyler, Eli, and I think it was Sarah. That was so great to have them come, and what a great lesson on for them and for their peers to see how to make a difference and to give a speech. And I just thought, well, that's a great demonstration of education and what we're doing for our students to be able to come and do that. So thank you for facilitating those conversations, Leon and Miss Oakes and President McGill, Principal McGill. I also just wanted to quickly, in the end, I wanted to thank Dr. Watts, if he's still watching. I know he was earlier. I really appreciate his level of involvement with the community. He had a very hard task coming to Draper Park to build some bridges and things, and he's just done such an excellent job. And I sure appreciate all of his outreach and community engagement. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Yes, a couple things here. I just want to thank our superintendent. He showed a lot of leadership and guts going forth during this time of all kinds of concerns and doing his superintendent leadership meetings. I suspect that's because he's was a award-winning passer. In fact, he told me about him being on the wall at the Utah State University, and I did confirm that, and I do have pictures to send out if he wants to make sure that he's telling the truth on that.
I didn't recognize that guy. I don't know who you're.
So he can take a hit. He says basically he can take a hit. So I appreciate him going out and willing to listen and take multiple hits this last couple of weeks. Again, the school board leadership conference, that was fantastic. Mollant, thank you, and Amber, for all that you do in that area. Well, I had an opportunity on Saturday night after coming back, attending a celebration of life for Sergeant Major, I guess, Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, and a couple of board members were there. Susan did us a fantastic job, and as we combine with the city and the community and honoring this student. And I had a couple of people sit on TV and said it was just a beautiful event. And so thank you for that. It just sort of talks about how we are family and how we want to support the community in their time of grieving and stuff. I had an opportunity a couple of nights ago yesterday, I guess it was, to meet with some concerned grandmas. My wife's, one of her best friends is one of those concerned grandmas that have been here. And she says, oh, just come on down for a small meeting. And so as I came in for this small meeting, I'm going, oh my gosh, is everybody here? Anyway, and I was really grateful for how I was received at that meeting. And as we had a discussion and talk, we got a lot of good information and stuff coming in. I think it was really impressed me as they're talking to the parents, basically saying to us, how can we support you? How can we help you in this content and this issue? And I was very glad to hear that, especially when I told them originally if my blood pressure or my pulse went over 100, I was going to have to take time out. And I started with 110. So anyway, it went down as the meeting went on. But I appreciate that and the patience and with everybody. And I spent some time in the beginning telling sort of about history, and everybody's going, I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about that. I'm going, but you need to know. You really need to know. This has been one hell of a year, as Clarine said, in regards to everybody doing 150%. And it's been a year that's really been easy to sneak crazy things in without people catching it, because you're trying to put out fires. I fought fires for 8 years, and we're putting out forest fires and spot fires coming up. So we do need the help of the community to sort of help us in that process, especially how things are now with everything. So thank you for that. And the last question on vendors that we use, we may need to check on this, but I think procurement law doesn't ask us to allow us to ask certain questions and stuff. So if we're talking about progressives or, we can't ask a lot of things like that in regards to vendors, can we?
That'd be a question.
That'd be that. But anyway, but I think there's, I dealt with procurement for years. So I think I said earlier, we need to figure out a way to deal with that, because there are certain limitations we can do on vendors as we select vendors. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
Thanks. I've been able to attend some of what was already mentioned, including I got to attend online that digital safety night at Draper Park. It was awesome. I feel like our kids can't get enough of that information, and that was only reemphasized by the whole TikTok fiasco. I appreciated the students from Alta coming and speaking. One thing that really stood out to me last week when we met with them, not only is what they're describing in terms of the size and the difficulty with the space, it is accurate and they're not exaggerating. But I really appreciated how incredibly respectful and mature they were in the way they handled themselves, and just kind of slowly, piece by piece, talked through calmly with us about everything. It was so impressive. I was like, wow, there are a lot of adults that could take a giant page out of this book. So it was great. And I look forward to figuring out some solutions and ideas about how to help them. I also want to just mention how moving that event was for Staff Sergeant Hoover. Sorry. I have a very soft spot in my heart for our American servicemen and women. And it's hard to lose any of them. And meeting his family was quite something, as well as some of the Afghan refugees that he had saved, including one that he'd saved 13 minutes. He'd helped fly out before the bomb went off. And that just really punched me in the gut, something fierce. And I've never seen a football stadium so beautiful, with hundreds of American flags and servicemen and women there to honor his life. And I got to meet Jenny Taylor, who was Brent Taylor's wife. He was the former mayor of North Ogden, who was the National Guard officer that also died in Afghanistan 3 years ago. Staff Sergeant Hoover's memorial was the night of the Taylor's wedding anniversary. And Jenny was there supporting the Hoover family. I'm so grateful for this nation we live in. I'm so grateful for so many people who are willing to make sacrifices on behalf of so many others. And I recognize sacrifices come at a lot of different levels. Some give their all, like what we see in the military. Some give their extraneous time, similar to what Holly was mentioning. I share her sentiments. It's a lot. There's a lot any of us in public service could do with our time. I promise we don't do it for the benefits or the pay. And if we did, that we really need to see a therapist. And I feel like teachers fall into this category too. They're incredibly bright people. And so many of them could have chosen to go into a lot of professions, but they do what they do because they care about kids and they care about the future generation. At a time where there's so much division in our country, I just think we can continue to give each other more grace and more gratitude. I see a lot of people burned out in these hallways, and they're trying so hard to do so much. And I want you to know that we notice. And we probably need to do a better job thanking you. But I really, really deeply appreciate what it is you do for our kids. It makes a difference. They go to school oblivious who this army is standing behind their teachers and their principals and everybody else to make sure they have food in the cafeteria, or that they have a bus driver that picks them up and drops them off on time, or that, the floor of the gym is okay. So they, there's so many pieces to all of this. I'm really grateful for everyone who contributes and quietly does their part.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, thank you to all of my fellow board members. I really enjoyed all your comments. Everyone had a little something different to say, and I really do appreciate all of you. I want to start by thanking the superintendent for his listening tour. This is something the board really wanted him to do, and I really do appreciate him and how he went out to all the communities, and he was very positive about it. But there were definitely hard moments in probably all of his listening tour meetings, and he handled them just with grace and respect and really showed parents how much he cared. And I really appreciated him doing that. I wanted to say thank you to all the district teachers, administrators for doing Constitution Day. I know it was something the board wanted, but I will give credit to Mont because he's the one who brought it up. But it was really fun just to see all the different activities on social media. It was great. So thank you, everyone who had part in that. Then I was able to help with, at Brighton, they had mock interviews for students practicing for job interviews. And that was really fun. The students actually did a really great job. And it was fun to just be there and help for a few hours. It was great. I love to interact with the students, so that was really fun. And then the last thing I want to say is I want to make an announcement. I hope I'm not stealing from Mont, but USBA's region meeting for us is this Thursday at 6. It is at USBA office. And then I just want to give you guys a little hint that people don't know about, that if you go, we're giving out Anne McFarland's book on Robert's Rules for everyone who goes to the meeting. If you can't go, probably another board member can grab you one. But I just wanted to let you guys know that. So yeah, and it's because I think there was something that said it was at our district. No, it's not at our district office. It's at USB offices. So, and okay. And last but not least, this is really important to me. About a week and a half ago, there was an article in Ed Week, and this is the title of it: Principals Bear the Brunt of Parental Anger, Staff Fatigue as COVID Drags On. And I just want to really say thank you to our principals and just say thank you so much, because I think we're all having a hard year, but they're having an especially hard year. And I just really I want us to support them any way they can. And I just want to tell them thank you, and that we recognize and appreciate what they're going through. And we know it's hard, and we have some amazing principals. So please don't give up, just keep going. And hopefully parents, we can act with civility toward our principals. So, because they are doing their best, and it is not an easy job. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
I've been thinking a lot about it lately. And former board member, our prior board president, used to tell us all the time that teachers teach all of the professions. Appreciate Cheryl Taylor sharing that with us so often. I miss him. Nothing personal. I can be glad you're here and still miss Cheryl, you know? I would also like to say, you know, what Holly and Amanda said about the Alta High School students. There's no reason for me to repeat all that, but so cool to see the kids come and exercise the right to address the board. That is so cool. Amber, you mentioned Constitution Day. That was such a big deal to me. And when we received the weekly update from the superintendent, and he said, shared with what was going on district wide and said, this is something that will go on for years to come. That just made me so happy. And, you know, I don't think we can talk about the Constitution without bringing up again. It's really hard to be at the end of it because everybody talks about the stuff you want to talk about, but we can't talk about the Constitution without remembering Staff Sergeant Hoover. Our military men and women are out there to protect our lifestyle, and our lifestyle is governed by the Constitution. When you're sworn in any branch of the military, you pledge to defend the Constitution of the United States. And for me, it's kind of personal because the time I spent in the Army, I was Staff Sergeant Millerberg. So, yeah, the Marine Corps and the Army have the same rank structure as does the Air Force. The Navy, they've got something all their own that I don't understand. But I have to really give compliments to our community outreach people that spent, I don't know how many hours, I'm going to say countless hours, working with the family to make that happen. I mean, we can take that even beyond our community outreach people. To have the reception in the field house at Hillcrest, that meant somebody, our custodial staff, had to go back in and clean. We talk about the hundreds of American flags that surrounded the stadium at Hillcrest. At the end of the program, a person said, if you can stay and help us, please stay. And I think we had that cleaned up and everything put away within about 30 minutes. It was amazing to see the community support. I had to chuckle a little bit. Again, I don't get Navy rank, but there was a young lady there from the Navy, and her job, they had, I don't know, maybe 10 different people, Navy people that would rotate, and they were standing guard the entire time, one in front of the American flag, one in front of the state flag. And this poor young, I'm going to call her a corporal. To me, that's what two stripes means. I don't know what it means in the Navy. I'm sure it's something other than corporal. The wind was blowing. She had the hardest time keeping her hat on her head, and she handled it so well. That was just an amazing event. And what I was really starting to say before I wandered, everybody from the district that was involved in making that happen, as I would say, thank you so much for the work you put in. Every single one said it was an honor to be here and it was an honor to do this for the family. They have given so much. I have a favor to ask, and I'm kind of a little embarrassed to say it because I'm the one that pushed so hard to say we just don't get enough involvement in the steering committee. Could we have more? I looked at my calendar, and if anybody can help me out on the 3rd of November, I would appreciate it. I've got a conflict. And why I didn't know that, because the conflict has been on my calendar for a year. But and USBA regional training. if you can't attend in Salt Lake, if you can't, here in Sandy, I should say, if you can't attend there, I believe everybody received a flyer with the regional meeting statewide listed. Anybody wants to go to Park City, let me know and we can carpool because I can't make the one here. So I'm going to go to Park City for that. If I get my cool car back, yeah. I can say, I was going to say I can take one, but not two. It has room for me and all my friends. And Nancy, after you finish, I would like to make a motion before we adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for your comments. I won't add much, but I do want to report back to everyone that about Constitution Day. I did read the Constitution, and it was very good exercise for me, and I think I'll make it an annual event to do that. And then a thought too on the memorial service for Staff Sergeant Hoover. They talked a lot about how it was in his nature to want to serve and protect others. And it was very tender and touching to experience that. But I also thought of educators and how many of them it's in their nature to teach and to help and support and to serve in ways that they will never be able to fully know the influence that they've had. And so I'm grateful to be associated with such fine people. Okay, and so Mr. Millerberg, a motion would be in order. Go ahead.
Just so you'll know that my question earlier was not rhetorical in nature, okay? I would like to make a motion that we go into closed session for the purpose of discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, the nature of this motion it requires a roll call vote. Mrs. Arnold?
Yes.
Mrs. Nybauer?
Yes.
Mr. Wrigley?
Yes.
Mrs. Tingy? Yes. Mrs. Oakes?
Yes.
Mrs. Schill?
Yes.
Mr. Millerberg?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes. And so we are now in closed session, and the board will be meeting in the adjoining room.
President?
Yes.
Do we want to invite the superintendent, the business administrator, and Mr. Harper, legal counsel, to this meeting?
Yes. Thank you for that reminder. And is Mr. Evans still here?
He's in the study.
Okay. And